Hello everyone, welcome to the 5th round of Prague International Chess Festival. Today we are on the hallway. You can walk, it's okay. We're on the hallway. We're waiting for the players to walk by, but I think we're also confusing people here because they don't want to cover me, but that is okay. I'll just get closer. So what we're doing right now is that we're waiting for the players to pass by. There are some fans here. They want to have signature and photos before the players are starting their games. So let's see if we can get anyone in the action. So today is a Sunday, and of course we're expecting the biggest number of spectators today. Let's see how it's gonna go. Before that, I can just update you guys that we have a sole leader in the Masters tournament. This is Jordan Van Forest. He won his yesterday's game against Yakuboev, and now he's a sole leader, followed up by David Navara and Abdusattorov. They are just a half a point behind. I'm confusing everyone, right? Just they don't want to walk and block me. Maybe I should stand here a little bit and see if we can get anyone. I don't see any player from Masters yet. There have been some players from Challengers tournament already going to the venue, and of course we have most of the futures inside. They like to go there and make some dance before the round. They usually do. We have some music inside. Is there anyone coming? Not really. So let me check the time. It is 7 minutes before they start. Today we do have a special guest coming and joining us. Now we can see that Yakuboev just passed by. This is the second participant in the Masters. Of course, David Navara is already inside. Talking about the special guest, we have Pia Cramling visiting us. She's the ambassador of the Futures tournament, and she will make her first ceremonial move. She will also appear to our commentary. You guys were asking for it, so let's see how the thing's gonna go. In the Masters, we also have a sole leader, Finek, the local player. He's 16 years old. He's already leading for 2 days in a row. We're waiting. Everybody's waiting. Maybe I can walk a little bit here. I see that we have signatures. You have David Navara. I see that.
David Navara, Gukesh, and after Joachim Němec and Stepan.
Oh, that's really good. Who do you want to get right now?
Abu Dastrov.
Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish you will get him on today. Yeah, Masters don't really like to come too early at the tournament. I don't know why. What is your theory? Why they are not coming early?
I think they did come early, like for the first 2 rounds. Then maybe later they started just want to come directly to the game, I guess, because it's usually they just want directly go to the game. They don't want to do much of anything, So yeah.
But Chess Base India always here, following their footsteps.
Yes. So we are always there.
I can't really hide from the cameras. Okay, let's wait a few more minutes and then we can walk into the venue to see the first ceremonial move. Let me check 5 minutes before they start. I don't see anyone coming yet. We have the players from the Futures, but not Masters. I think it's time to go to the playing venue. Let's go. We tried our best to catch them, but they just want to come just a minute before, so there will be no signatures, no autographs. They like to escape like that, which is totally understandable. They also like to focus. So here on this side, there is the side for the players of the Open and the spectators, and now Abel, our videographer, is trying to navigate in the tunnel. So this is how the players are going into the playing venue. And we have here Benjamin following us. And here we saw this side is the refreshment area. I can see that they are getting some drinks here. Water is preferable drink of the players. And here we have David Anton and Van Forest, the leader of the tournament, walking in. This is 4 minutes before the start of the tournament. Today, our venue is pretty crowded. Let's go inside and check it out. We have a lot of special guests joining us today for the start of the tournament. And yeah, let's see. We have here with us Pia Cramling. She will make the first ceremonial move, I think, in the Futures, because she's the ambassador of the Futures tournament. I will not really bother her right now because we're gonna have her in the studio, so they're getting ready now for the first move. We have a lot of known faces. Hi. And I think we're ready to start. You guys, I'm gonna leave you here and I'll be joining from the studio, and enjoy today. Hey, how are you? Good. Beautiful place. Thank you.
Dobré nedělní odpoledne, dámy a pánové, fanoušci šachu a zdravím hráče. Tady na hlavní stage jsme připraveni na páté kolo uzavřených turnajů. Open turnaj nám pokračuje čtvrtým kolem.
Good Sunday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, chess fans and chess players. On the main stage, we are ready for the round number 5, and in the open section, round number 4.
Pevně věřím, že sledujete aktuální situaci v tabulkách. V turnaji nám vede nizozemský šachista Jordan van Foreist a v Challengers je ve vedení český hráč Václav Finek.
I believe that you observe carefully the current situation in tournaments, so you know that in the master section on the leading position currently is Jordan van Foreist, and in challengers Czech player Václav Finek.
A jelikož už nemám, čím bych trochu protáhl tuto chvíli, že čekáme na vítěze včerejší partie, nejlepší partie kola, ale už jsem ho zahlédl. A včerejší partii kola cenu dostává německý velmistr Vincent Kehler.
And the winner of the prize of the best game of the previous round is German Grandmaster Vincent Kehler.
Just in time, and please our director here.
This year's special guest and ambassador of the Futures Tournament is Grandmaster Pia Cramling. Born in Stockholm in 1963, Pia started playing chess at age 10 and competed in her first tournament at 12. By the early 1980s, she was among the world's top female players and became world number 1 in 1984. In 1992, she earned the Grandmaster title, only the 5th woman in history to do so. Over more than 4 decades, Pia has represented Sweden in 13 chess Olympiads and won numerous titles, including 2 European Championships and 6 European Women's Club Cups. In 2025, she was inducted into the International Chess Hall of Fame, the first Swedish player to receive this honor. Known for her creativity and consistency, Pia continues to inspire generations of players and remains a tireless competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's special guest, Pia Cramling.
So it's my big pleasure to welcome Pia Cramling, and I'm very glad that she accepted to come to Prague and be ambassador of the futures this year. Thank you very much, and I give microphone to Bessel for some words.
Thank you, Peter. I'll make it very short. It's an honor for me to welcome Pia back to Prague. I actually suggested Pia Cramling as one of the most extraordinary representatives of chess, women chess, or whatever chess, I call it chess in general. My memory goes back, and we checked it together, to 1988, when we had our Swift tournament. This is for those, this is not for the young chess players, but it was a World Cup tournament where Pia was invited to play a simul, together with Alisa Maric, a very famous Serbian player who became a minister in the government. Pia, we know her career. She's been a role model for young chess players, and I'm extremely happy after a very long time to see her back in my hometown, Prague. Thank you, Pia.
I'm very, very happy to be here, to see you all players, to see you all, especially to see the young girls. I have been growing up playing with the boys, with the men, but what made me very, very happy to see that there are more girls, more women playing. And so I wish you all the best of luck, and more than anything, to enjoy your games.
Thank you very much, and now we proceed to making first move. Pia is going to make a first move, of course, in the future section.
And now, after all formalities have been completed, it's time to start your clocks, please.
Hello everyone, the round has started. Greetings from Prague. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic and accompanied as usual by WGM Keti Tsatsalashvili. Keti, how is the atmosphere in the playing hall?
It is amazing. Every day is getting better and better because we have more people joining us. But what we are struggling to have is top players coming early for the round, and we just noticed that they want to escape the signatures and the photos. They prefer to have it after the game. So I think we managed to show how big is the line there. People are waiting for mostly Gukesh to come. Also, there were some people asking Divia for the signature. Pia Cramling is our guest today, the ambassador of the Futures tournament. You guys saw her making her first move. She also passed this narrow path. It is kind of celebration in the playing venue, but I have noticed the moment the game starts, everything just changes, gets very serious, gets very quiet, and everyone tries to be super focused.
But this is normal. Just to mention that we again have Basil Koch. He was there next to the board together with Pia, big ambassador of this event, living legend, fabulous inspiration for all the youngsters here, and I really appreciate that that she picked up futures. Maybe some of them will follow her footsteps, which is, of course, very inspiring. Pia will stay with us, and tomorrow we have Women's Chess Day here in the hotel during the free day. Just to remind you that tomorrow is a free day. And I also saw Sorokina, Anastasia, and some others who came to celebrate this Women's Chess Day in this nice hotel, Don Giovanni in Prague. Now you could see also more spectators. Sunday I see Lukáš Torlej, FIDE General Secretary, who is making some videos and photos. There are 3 Polish players, and this year in April, next month, because we are now in March already, next month European Individual Championship will take place in Katowice in Poland. More than 500 players have registered. It will be a huge thing. I believe that you can still join that beautiful event, and I believe that you would enjoy, because I have some hidden info that 2 great commentators will follow that event as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Do you know about that?
I've heard about that. I'll pretend that I've not heard about that. But as Alojzije is saying, in about a month, strongest players from Europe will fight their best to get the spot at the World Cup. Very important, the key tournament for Europeans. But alongside to that, we're going to have also the conference in education and the kids event. It's going to be a huge celebration of 2 weeks in Poland. We are inviting it. If you are interested, there's no age category or rating category. Anyone can play. So far it has been already 500 plus participants registered. Hurry up, register. We don't have limited seats obviously, but it is always good to be part of it as fast as possible.
And especially it's nice to show some diversity with many countries. It will be 40 plus countries, so if you want to play and bring your own country to this European Individual Chess Championship map, as Keti has just said, hurry up and register. We will have many side events, and usually in Poland things are organized on very high level. I know also that there are many flights, interesting flights, direct flights, even local. So let's see you in Katowice. If you are available, that would be great that you take part in this beautiful event. But in the meantime, let's follow our main event, our fabulous event with so many strong players, with Jordan van Forests, who is excelling here. But today he has picked up this line, which I was actually explaining.
Yeah, I remember that we were talking about this line, and you said that if you want to play for a draw, nothing much to risk. There's going to be the line. Yesterday at the interview, Van Forest said that it's so close to the rest day. At this level, you can imagine how difficult it is for these players to prepare and to play hours and hours, such an intense tournament, and keep leading as Van Forest is. So I totally understand his decision to go to this line. He wants to keep leader's position and go to the rest day and have some time to, collect his energy together.
Exactly, Keti. But I've noticed one move which I believe that you will reveal to our dear viewers some info about it. A3, it's not something you could see so often. It was played before, but it is a small sideline, and now Hans Niemann is checking his database, his own files. How about this move? What's the story behind it? Because A3 was just played, and stopping bishop b4 stuff, and maybe postponing this knight e6 thing. And very interesting to see that it's still not perfectly solved, this line. There are many new possibilities around. I love this approach, A3, so we will see how this game will develop. Will Hans Niemann pass this test? Is he ready to liquidate and to equalize fully? A3 might be a small unpleasant surprise. Checking the next game, Navara versus Yakuboev. After queen c2, normal way is to take on c4, but here a5 was played, and now bishop g5. Just one small tip: when you're having a fianchetto bishop, then sometimes you want to get rid of this one and place your pawns on the dark squares. So that's why bishop g5, and inviting black to play h6 and then to exchange on f6. Of course, normal would be to go bishop f4, but as I was telling you many times, this might end up as an empty bishop, so that's why bishop g5, since here if you go b3, a4 will be an invitation. That's why bishop g5 is on the agenda here. Then switching to Avdusatoro versus Gukesh. This is the game, I believe, to follow this round, since they have, I would say, some rivalry, and I'm not surprised that Nordirbeck has picked up some line which is quite lively. Not many liquidations around.
Yeah.
92.
Avdusatoro and Gukesh, they are very close to the age, and it always gets very personal when you play someone from your generation. That's right.
Yeah, and of course he's dreaming to enter his shoes, to take his spot, his crown pedestal, to become a world champion. He probably thinks I can do it, which is of course normal for an athlete, for a sportsman. Winning London Classic in a fabulous manner. I think he has scored something like 6.5 out of 7, or maybe even more. And in Vike he was also excelling, so Nordirbeck is on fire. While Gukesh goes all in those games, since for him is also very now personal to show that he has this class. Interesting stuff. In the game, Aravind versus David Anton Hikaru. White is sort of threatening to go to the Queen's Gambit accepted, but maybe he will also switch to another route and then play this well-known g4 stuff when the bishop is on b2. I like this line, and we will have a game. This won't be some dull draw. And
Right.
Parham versus Vincent,
Last board, here we have Vincent, who had amazing game yesterday, and he got actually the prize as the player of the round 4. Parham Maksatlu might not have the best tournament, but he managed to save his game against Hans Niemann a piece down. He found a brilliant way to not to lose the game. And now, after this kind of saves, you have some confidence back that, okay, I'm getting back to shape now.
Yeah, and he's a very entertaining player. Also, he's not just entertaining player in his own games. He's also the one with whom you would love to spend some time analyzing, like we did last evening. Yes, there was this business VIP chess tournament, Rapid. I was mentioning this in the morning, and then some reception and a dinner from our Roman Chervulik in the evening, and Parham was there.
Yeah, Parham was together with his wife, was also the chess arbiter and the player herself. Very lovely people, very nice people to chat with and to be around. We were just talking, and it happens that in the very end, they also got involved to this gathering, and Parham was so funny how surprised he was with you showed some of the games from the morning rounds, and everybody was showing some positions, and he was like, wow. And he was also laughing and making some jokes. So he's so likable person. He's really one of my favorite people to interview because he's very honest, he's very open, and he'll very often praises his opponents for being so creative. Yeah, it's nice. So we're lucky to have Parham in the chess world.
And there is one small detail, as I was trying to make a break to top 100, and I recall, of course, some great moments, but also some moments where the tournament was not going my way. And I always have this special understanding, special feeling for players who are struggling a bit. So I was trying also to make him a little bit laugh, to forget about maybe some bad start, bad game. And
I think he was laughing a lot yesterday.
Yes, which is, I think, nice, because, you know, especially in round robin, if you are playing some club cup or Olympiad, people tend to forget your personal results, and you have this feeling that you are not in limelight. But in the round robin, sometimes standings and table is very cruel.
Yeah, but we have to address this point, and we will not go too deep to that. But besides the chess and the tough opponent, Parham is going very difficult things in his life that involves his country and his family, friends, everyone. So this is something extra that only him is having right now in this tournament, and he has to somehow combine his thoughts and chess stuff. Very difficult tournament. It's just not any random tournament, right? It is very difficult tournament. So a lot of on his shoulders right now, in his mind, and let's wish that he managed to put things together. Yesterday he showed a brilliant save against Hans. Let's see what he can bring today. Seems like it's a very nice start. He looks sharp, and I think that's a very nice start of a round.
I fully agree. Let's check the position. Let's see what's going on in his game. He has started with e4. Usually it's d4, his main weapon, but these days it's really hard to say that someone is a deep player. I can only have in mind one player who is only playing one first move, but sometimes he adds something else. But usually he's a deep 4 player who doesn't play e4 at all. Do you have someone in mind? Top 20, I would say. And he was top 10. He was even number 1. He's now top 20. I think he was number 1. Yeah, I think.
Who?
Shak. Shak is only playing d4.
Yes,
he's only. I think maybe some viewers could help me, but I think there is no chance that maybe some game e4, but in last like 15 years, 20 years, I would be very surprised that he.
Yes, I remember you were mentioning about that.
He is one-sided player, and regarding others, it's not clear. I don't have anyone in mind who is just an e4 player or who is just
Yeah.
a d4 player?
You know, Vincent Kemar, he came to the studio yesterday, and he enjoyed his victory so much, especially from his previous game against Abdusattorov, that he was looking around other games too. And about his game, he mentioned that when he played e4, that showed his opponent, Aravin, that he was very much well prepared against this structure that Aravin likes to play, right? So he pointed out that already the moment when I played d4, that showed that it was my home preparation.
Yeah, and the thing is, in his game, he went for this g4, and this is something players like Mamedyarov and d4, Vincent is mainly a d4 player. They have it because in their repertoire or in their understanding, because in Slav defense, in semi-Slav, sometimes you go for this bayonet attack with g4, g5. So for them is something which they understand in detail. Regarding this game, this is Rui Lopez, and as I was telling you about in Fun Forest versus Gukesh, the game took this course. If you go knight g5, there is d5. The point is, if black is sort of postponing castle, and the point or no, first, yeah, d6 was played, and I think in that game something like that. The point is, if you go h3, then h6, g5 might be an unpleasant attack, but of course Jordan is aware of all those details. By the way, this was played by Ivan Ivanišević, grandmaster from Serbia, very inspiring player, working with Mirosevic and others, and original player in terms of openings. I like Ivan's ideas. So here rook d8, I was telling you about before that also there was some comment from Levon Aronyan. He has started this e5 stuff, and then at beginning of his top 10 career, when he was around 27, I think that he won one Linares tournament and won very inspiring game versus Petar Leko, I think with king h8 and then f5 stuff. And he revealed in one of his commentary that when I was a kid, I was playing martial attack. And you know, when you're playing martial attack, d5, e d5, by the way, Nigel Short has a trick for bullet, because people are pre-moving in bullet. Mm-hmm. And then in bullet you play line which is possible. You go e4 and then you get knight for free. This is.
Oh, I love it.
This is sometimes. He said 1 of 10 games he gets in bullet, he gets this knight for free. So of course knight d5, knight e5, and then rook e5. Famous trick of Capablanca. Marshall famous game was knight f6, but c6 is the main move, and of course this line which everyone loved in our childhood, in our youth. This is the way how things are going in this line, and then some f5, and you easily get adored by this concept
there is no
for
bishop
black.
f3. Willing to checkmate on g2 because queen can cover on f1 just to.
Yeah.
Oh, there's knight as well.
But
yeah.
okay, sometimes there are some tricks, but queen f1 is coming. But it's quite tempting to play this. You double the rooks, all your pieces are playing, and you get easily hooked up with this line. And Levon was saying that he was so adored with all those lines, but then comes a4. Or sort of he was praying that his opponents don't play a4. By the way, in that game, knight f6, I think this is the trick. I was showing this many times. Bishop d6, rook e1, knight g4. This is how the line goes. h3, queen h4, queen f3. And now if you, for example, if you give check and take on f2, there is this queen f7. And if you take, there is a checkmate. Wow. But at one youth championship, I knew it, so I played here. How was it? Hang on. There is a trick. There is a trick when rook gives check. So, for example, I think I played like knight f2, and then rook. How how was it? There is a trick that you go bishop h2, and then there is a check. So it's not the same
there's no
line.
knight on the
Yeah. So there is a trick how it goes. Something like queen f2, like this. And then my opponent got excited and played queen f7, and then for the first time in my life I said check. I was never saying check, which is not polite in chess, but this was the last and first time I said check. And then he resigned.
Nice.
So here Levon was saying that in this line, he was praying that his opponent will go c3 because he only knew d5. But then you would get, against experienced players, FMs, IMs, you will get a4, d3, I don't know, knight c3, h3, d4, and you get sad because you're a youth player and now you need to understand. If you play bishop b7, the guy is pushing. If you push b4, then you are surrendering this call. If you take, you're having a lousy structure. And for you, young player, that was not simple at all. But of course, when you develop your understanding further, then it's not a big deal. But this just reminds me of that thing that we were sort of always unpleasant with this anti-Marshall attack. d3. Yeah, now you get this outpost. I was saying this many times in chess. Is very important. Bishops can be hidden. They can stay or the initial squares or be far away from the action, but they still do some job. While for knights, you need to get them into action somewhere. And how you are doing? On lower level, you are getting it for free because your opponents are making mistake, pushing pawns, leaving holes and outposts behind. While on higher level, you need to provoke things. And here, white has managed to provoke this b4, and now c4 is a safe square for his piece, or b3. So he's getting some outpost. So safe square. This, I think, it's very important. For example, if you're playing Trumpovsky attack, you surrender your bishop, you are staying with knights, but then you start rolling your pawns. a4, something, waiting some hole to come up.
You have noticed in this opening that you are just improving from both sides, and then when the time gets lower, then something happens on the board, and at once it becomes quite a mess on the board. But it has very peaceful start of the opening, right?
Before switching to Jordan van Forest versus Hans Niemann, I just want to stop by at Aravin versus Anton. Since white has played this d4, and we are now in this queen's gambit accepted, because you can get this position, you can get in many lines. Actually, I did one masterclass. I was invited by Sagar. We were together in India during FIDE Goa World Cup to do some masterclass, and I showed this line, this concept of Slav and Queen's Gambit accepted, English opening. So Queen's Gambit accepted, which I think is quite a viable option, and maybe even for some amateurs if you don't know what to do, because if you play Queen's Gambit, you need to maneuver, and it's not so simple to come out with your bishop. While, for example, if you play Queen's Gambit accepted, it's similar like Caro-Kann. Moves naturally comes. So, for example, white goes knight f6. You can play this line, and this is like a normal development, like in Caro-Kann. You go out with your pieces. Only important thing is that you know after queen b3 that you should probably go queen c8 to be solid and don't push b6. So this is something I'm suggesting to beginners, that maybe Queen's Gambit accepted, it's not a bad try, because it's very narrow and it's like Caro-Kann. It's quite natural. You're coming out with your pieces. So here after knight f6, e3, e6, the main line. So Petrosian and other heroes, they figure it out that bishop b3 is now the move. Why? Because if you go c3, I was mentioning this before, bishop b3, bishop b7, now you want to undermine this queen side, and Keti, we were discussing this, that you are now losing some time to come to another outpost on c4. So you need to go knight b1, knight d2, knight c4. While if you go bishop b3 instead of knight c3, so in this position you go bishop b3, black pushes, you push, and you are getting this for free immediately. So that's how this bishop b3 waiting move came.
Yeah,
up.
and it's quite crucial in this opening, because once you have played such setup with what you know, that if black managed to develop the queen side and challenge the center, black has no problems and black has really good position. On the other hand, if white tries to win and push all the tempi, white can get really pleasant position too. So myself, I played d4. I'm really careful with my b1 knight. I don't develop that knight that fast. I always like to wait what my opponent likes to, you know, choose the opening, and then according to that, later on either on c3 or sometimes on d2 is also possible. So I really like to have this knight here waiting where what is the black's plan, just because of these reasons what you are saying.
Yeah, I would also just mention that there are two type of variations lines in Queen's Gambit except at this position. So black can take on d4, which leads us usually you should take with the pawn, and we are getting this isolated pawn structure. Actually, the one I was really adoring, and I love it because there was a book, Winning Chess Middle Games by Alexander Baburin. Very good book regarding isolated pawns. Many ideas you could really grasp.
I have read that book.
Yeah, that's really good, because also there are some end games. There are some isolated pawns when the pawn instead of e6 is on c6. Very instructive. And once you learn it, then you realize that you can get this position. I don't know. You can get it from Sicilian. You can get it from Caro-Kann, for example. Pano attack, and then you will get into this position. For example, I don't know, like knight c3, and then people take usually with the knight, and you're getting this kind of position. So suddenly you will spot it in many openings. For example, in Slav defense, knight c3. This was played in the match Topalov versus Kramnik toilet gate match, as you recall. a4, e6, e3, and now black plays c5, saying that you played a4 and you gave me this call. So I'm losing a tempo. I'm going, instead of one move, I'm going to c6, but I'm saying that your pawn on a4 is bad. And once again, you're getting that kind of structure. So you will see that structure everywhere, and you will feel confident. You can also get it in English opening. For example, I don't know, like knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, c5, e3. This is also typical how this opening arises. So you will see this.
So the pawn structure is important to
very
work on,
important.
because you might have it from the different openings. Yeah.
We have it. We have pawn structure. We have isolated pawn structure. We have hanging pawn structure, symmetrical pawn structure, fianchetto pawn structure. Then there are sometimes also isolated pawn.
Stonewall?
Yeah. Okay, stonewall. Okay, it can be also structures with fixed center. We have symmetrical structure with the e-file, then Carlsberg structure, then this famous structure which you can also find in many openings, this semi-Tara structure. This is very important to know. Also, it can come from Greenfeld, but usually the pawn is on g6, so black is having this queenside majority while you're having central. So when learning structures, then you know what to mix, where to avoid some, or how to get into your play. So regarding this position, I was telling you about the game. So the point is that sometimes black postpones taking on, hang on, I need to go to the position. This was the game. So black is postponing taking on d4. And the problem is with the white pieces, you need to adjust your setup towards that idea. And there are some people who are struggling here, and they play something like h3, let's say here. And then when we go to isolated pawn structure, this is a mistake, because you need sometimes this square either for your rook lift or for queen transfer, sometimes knight goes to b4, for example, and then you have chance to go knight e5, and then you transfer your rook, or you go queen f3, queen h3, but here this is not the case. So you will need to know that kind of structure to be able to be flexible and to adjust.
It's funny how one little move there, which doesn't look bad, can change the whole plan of white in this position. I love to play this as well myself because it gives you this many options of the tactics, and there are a lot of people who likes the isolated pawn here. There are a lot of people who hates isolated pawn, but I think I love isolated pawn, and I have never admitted that because it's much more easier for me to play with that. And also you know how to, most of the times you know how to get rid of it if you cannot like found the use of it. But yeah, once you learn the structure, you will be very, very confident, and you will stop hating the isolated pawn.
There are players like Karpov, like Mickey Adams. They would be very happy to play against the isolated pawn structure because they know to exchange pieces. And then after many pieces have been exchanged, then the dynamics is lost and they know how to maneuver and how to exploit that weakness. So depends. It's also, as I said, a matter of taste. Famous games from Ivan Sokolov, he would get that structure from Nimso Indian. Famous game versus Peter Leko, for example, in Vajk. Peter was the one who was happy with playing against isolated pawn. So, as I said, this is matter of test. So what is now white doing?
What is the current position?
This is the current position. So he's adjusting.
Rook e1, as I remember, queen e2 is the main line there.
Yes.
Rook e1 has been played now, but just waiting c takes d4 to happen, right?
Yeah, this was my famous game. I won versus Krivoruchko. He was at that time almost 2700. So the point is here that you play bishop b3, small move. Since if black goes bishop d7, then you can play d5, and this is small advantage. Now I don't know, bishop d5. So here black usually plays knight b4 to control this d5 square additionally, but then you use this option to go knight e5 because there is no pressure on d4. The knight has left the building. And then you go rook e3, for example, bishop d7. You don't want to take this knight. So you go rook e3. This is how I play versus Krivoruchko. Rook g3, and suddenly bishop a6, h4, h5, I crash him in deadly attack. So this is something I've seen from, I copied, but then implemented in a different way from Topalov versus Kramnik, that famous toilet gate match in Moscow. So rook e3, rook g3 is nice, rook lift.
I have a question which actually we're going to have that very soon on the board. Here, all is clear that if you take on d4, the rook is already there, you're ready to rook lift, but what if I don't take? And David Anton just made a castle now, and he's waiting, and this kind of positions, it's very easy to make this waiting move like h3. Not that Aravin will do it, but like black is just not taking the pawn. How white will deal with that?
There are two types of grandmasters. One type of grandmasters, they are like so in love with engines that immediately if some new engine comes, they implement, recheck all their analysis, old one, new ones, see the difference between Lila, Stockfish, whatever, and then there are second type of grandmasters who don't care at all, and for them it's the same. Is it a Stockfish, is it a Lila or Alpha Zero? I'm the one of that group. And when Lila came, that was, I think, before Alpha Zero, before Stockfish got even better, and I don't know, Komodo. This rookie one came as a like completely new approach. I will tell you exact positions. So let's say that it was c5, d4. I don't know, like say knight c6, castles, a6, and I think that Lila plays something like this. Rook e1, and if you push b5, it goes to f, but maybe knight is not on c3, knight is on b1, and push e4, e5. and Cheparinov has played it many times. I don't know how many good grandmasters. So sometimes this rook e1 and bishop f1 with the idea of pushing e4, e5 is a possible option. I'm not saying that this will happen here, but maybe white has something in mind with pushing e4 at some point.
Wait, I think he made h. Oh no!
Everything I was condemning. I was condemning. Now he's making those moves. Yeah. So I need to throw and I need to burn my books and my knowledge. Yes.
No, we need Aravin in the studio with you doing the analysis of the
He
game.
has some agenda, and I'm curious. What if I take on d4? But okay, new generations engines. Maybe this is still playable. I cannot believe that the h3 can be. Okay, if he plays later h4 with tempo down, maybe it's possible because h4 is usually typical bayonet move. So I don't know, maybe this is super subtle idea.
Another way is that he wants just to push the pawn d5 and exchange and have this just slightly active pieces in the center, and this move helps black to prevent on g4 square.
Now when you
by
say it, I think I played against Berches David, grandmaster from Hungary. He was studying in US, and so I won against him some Hungarian league maybe 4 years ago, and I pushed d5. Similar position, maybe almost the same. You know, sometimes there were chess base. Chess base is now the main program for top players, but at the beginning it was chess assistant. It was Russian program, and it was not so user friendly as now chess base is. So you will needed to go to position, then press F5 to see who was playing, but it was not so simple. And I recall that some funny situations I was always analyzing with the former European champion grandmaster Zdenko Kozul, also from Croatia, from Zagreb, and we were working on some positions. And typical thing, interesting idea, this rook e1, d5. Let's see who played this. And I press F5 and suddenly my name or his name comes. This is typical idea. Yeah.
Oh, you
really?
like to play.
And of course I forgot. So sometimes some games I really recall and keep
Chess
in my memory.
assistant?
Chess assistant was that was revolutionary. Chess assistant, that you have a database, maybe 1 million of games. Come on. Wow, that was wow. It was super slow. You needed to put press search, and then you go for a breakfast, and then you come back and you're getting some moves. And to combine this with engine, no, you couldn't get engine in the. You could just game games, and then you need to add engine somewhere else. Yeah, they were not cooperating together. But at least you didn't need to carry like hand luggage and books with bulletins, with everything. No, that was revolutionary. You just bring one laptop. Come on. Instead of 20 books. Oh, fantastic.
Oh my God. I feel like a dinosaur.
You know how it looked like? Like you're carrying a book and then your colleague, you will bring some books of Sicilian? Okay, good. I will bring books of Greenfeld. Yeah.
And the copies too.
So I'm really curious because this is like classic, this h3. Now for sure, listen, they knows. He knows. They know better than me. So
he's in thought, he's in thought.
Yeah. He knows.
Well, the thing is now black don't have this b5, which is so typical idea. One idea is to take on d4, as rook lift is not that fast anymore. He can do that. He will not play b6, bishop b7. That's not how you usually treat this position, but
it's possible. It's not possible, that it's not possible. So either you wait in this position a little bit more. Of course, white can, you know when h3 is useful. If you will take on c5, for example, and then not allowing your opponent stuff with knight g4 might be of importance. This is how they played. But the rook on f1 is usually where it belongs. Nothing is happening on the e file if you take on c5. That's why this queen e2, this Furman maneuver, you have this line in Queen's Gambit accepted. For example, here, I was playing this a lot, this Furman line. So it goes this, c5, and you go immediately Queen e2. It was played by Ivan Sokolov. I bet many grandmasters were playing. And then the point is that you take on c5, and then you avoided this line with Queen's exchange. Because if you play a6, If you play castle a6, then dc5 allows this queen's exchange, which usually black players are happy in queen's gambit accepted. So this queen e2 line is very interesting. I won against one Slovenian grandmaster, very good one, Jure Borišek. He was 25-50. I think I played something like queen e2, and I don't know, you go, okay, queen e2 before castle, you go a6, I don't know, I took, something like this. And there is famous line, it goes knight c6, e4, something like queen c7, knight c3, knight g4. There is some knight f2 trick, but I'm trying to recall how it goes.
No. There's a better trick here. Let's say
h3, knight d4.
Yeah. We have to show this.
This is typical checkmate.
Yeah, when I saw for the first time this idea, I thought that this was the best thing I have ever seen in chess, and it took me some time to really understand that there is no hope there after knight d4. It's very nice.
Yeah,
idea.
maybe I'm not in castle. Maybe the last move is the knight g4, then I castle. Okay. I need to concentrate a bit to explain all the details.
Shall we take a quick look to the Van Forest and Niemann's position? Because it seems like Van Forest is still in his home preparation. He has 1 hour 32 minutes. He played this unusual move, as we said, a3. I can see some of the games in database, but a3 indeed is not a popular move.
Let me just, Keti, explain once again. So this story of this semi-Tarrasch stuff. So as I said, Queen's Gambit, you can enter two ways. One way is traditional way. Queen's Gambit declined. You go e6, and I don't know. After knight c3, you go knight f6, knight f3, and white can, after bishop e7, go bishop f4 or bishop g5. Black can also play Ragozin. I love Magnus Carlsen idea. These days he's playing in blitz bishop g5. On a6 he goes bishop d2 and then g4, g5 stuff. Very good idea for blitz and maybe to avoid some long preparation in Ragozin. So black can play bishop e7, and then either you go bishop f4 or you go bishop g5. You are in that old school line, and you know what was the thing. Then you are some top 10 player. You start working on that line. You are bringing a team, and then you are going to 15, 20, 25th move, finding some ideas, some details, which was normal at that time. But suddenly came this c5, which was not played before. Actually, it was played in Kasparov versus Karpov. Karpov versus Kasparov. Karpov played it, and I think he suffered a lot in their first match, where Kasparov was playing this line, which is not his cup of tea. This isolated structure, and Karpov was outplaying him in those positions. Where, of course, Karpov was at that time a better player, and especially in lines with CD and ID. And then later Kasparov changed his strategy. So that was at that time quite normal, and still you could dig after 15, 20 moves. And suddenly came this CD4. Actually, even Sokolov, when I was working for him at YKZ, maybe 2012, something like that, I was his second. And he showed me that this is an interesting line. And if you go queen a4, you can go bishop d7, but you can also go b5. And we analyzed this. It actually...
you said that.
Yeah, it went unnoticed because he was not using it, but then he played some French league versus Yakovenko. He won the game with the black pieces. He showed me that this is possible.
Yeah, well, we cannot just pass this unnoticed thing about Hans Niemann. He had just his head down on the table for some time. Do you think he's now recalling some lines, or? I have never seen a chess player head on the table, to be honest.
Yeah,
thinking like that.
As I said, after this line, it's very, very dry, and you are not fully equalized. Close to equalization you are, but you are not fully equalizing. And then some players, as I said, are struggling because they want to find direct liquidation. And with this a3, you are sidestepping this. And it's not about that he's thinking for the first time about the position. I think the point is that they are recollecting some tips they got from their seconds, checking, going through their database, their prep. So sometimes we tend to think that players are shocked that they see something for the first time and now they're thinking, but I think the idea is that they are rechecking some things. As I said, sometimes you're getting this into your database file, I know, through your seconds, and you did it yourself and you were trying to memorize. Second thing can be that you heard from other player, they're actually discussing a lot between each other. There is an A3 move somewhere. Ah, okay. And then someone maybe explained you here, but you were not so determined to memorize everything. You were not so focused. And then you're trying to recollect, he has told me this, but A3, yeah. And then knight d7 is a move, but I think he was mentioning that there is rook c8. So this is actually what they are doing. They are navigating. It's not that they are just thinking and they don't have a clue about it. G3, rook c8, because I love this.
Yeah, bishop, I was just looking at the games, and most of the games has been played with knight to e6 first, to trade the bishop and then to play bishop g2 and take the pawn. But here Jordan decided, and he made this decision rather fast, to play bishop to g2 instead of taking, to trade the knight versus bishop. And Hans' response was to move the bishop away very fast on c4.
I was analyzing this line with white, as I said, quite a time ago. And actually, when you are aggressive player, I was always the one who would love to keep some initiative. I was always calculating, is there a chance to trick my opponent and get into some position where I can still put a pressure on black king and that I don't take on e6. Because when you take on e6, bishop goes out, king hide, and it's not so simple to create any pressure. So here, concept of white, I will be a pawn down, but at least many pieces, and there are some stuff still around. Okay, now he recovered a pawn, but black needs to decide, and there are a lot of ways to go. King can go to this side, that side, and according to the engine, is dead equal.
Yeah.
But not with all the moves. So 94 was played, and now after 94, can you just input Keti? 94 was played, yeah? Okay. And now black can go in several ways. Bishop e7 sounds very natural. Knight e5 is very concrete, but it's not so simple to calculate it, because in this position you want to develop your pieces, you want to bring your rook. So I would say that bishop e7 is something which looks normal, but it's not solving your all problems, because king is staying in the center. Okay, let's just briefly summarize the situation.
Well, the good thing is that we have Hans Niemann with black pieces, who always likes to complicate the positions and make a show on the board, which we so much appreciate. And hopefully we're gonna have really nice continuation, not a fast draw, not an early draw. Clearly Van Foreest is okay with that, because he's a leader of the tournament, should be already quite tired after intense rounds. Well, we don't have much of the progress on the moves. All the other games are still in almost same pace. So let's now take a break, our first break, and we'll be back with our honorary ambassador of Futures Tournament, Pia Cramling. He will join us in the studio, and she will share with us her thoughts about the position and overall about the tournament. So stay tuned, we'll be back shortly.
Check-in hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Welcome back. I'm honored and pleased that I have a distinguished guest, ambassador of this event, legendary Pia Cramling. Pia, welcome.
Thank you.
So you finally arrived. People are expecting you. I believe that youngsters and all players playing in futures are very inspired to see you there. You picked up that section to make this first ceremonial move. So, is this something which takes you to your youth, to your time when you were trying to make a breakthrough to become a top player?
I'm very happy to see that I have this girl tournament among the top players, the Open tournament, the Challenger, and I think it's a good way to promote girls and women chess. And when I was brought up in Sweden, in Geneva, all the time we played together. It was some exception when I played in girl or women's event, but in general I always play with the boys and the men. So I played the Swedish Absolute Championship 20 times. With the women I play only once. I was second. But it's just, and with the girl, I won the girl championship one time. I've only played it once. But it was just, it's a little bit how Sweden was and how Sweden actually is still today. But I believe we have to promote chess for women and girls. My dream is, of course, that one day the numbers are equal. It takes time, but we can see that slowly there are coming much more women and girls playing. And so I believe very much in giving double chances. You have the open events, but you also need to support girls. And then, of course, you like to be with other women and girls. And then it's, my philosophy is actually that most important is that the women or girls are a big number, and it's very difficult to make in an open tournament. And that's why we need also to have all women events still.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a process, and I'm pretty sure that this will happen. Don't know when, but I believe that it's worth trying these days. The Chess Queen Netflix series, very popular with Judith. Have you seen the series?
The Judith, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. For me, it was fantastic to see it. It's lots of memories coming back, environments, lots of players I knew, chess tournaments. Sometimes I played when Judith was also there. Sometimes I played there another year, maybe earlier, maybe later. So, yes.
Yeah, let's invite viewers for sure to take a look and to check that movie. It's very inspiring. I got many messages from Croatian athletes, people who like chess but who are excelling in their sports and saying it's truly inspiring story. But you are also the one as a pioneer at the opening ceremony. The program was very interesting with many things, but they have shown some video with notable Czech players, grandmasters. Actually, I was not sure about some of them, for example, Richard Reti and so on, but they also announced that you will come, and they showed us some nice video. Maybe in the next days we could also show it here about your career. I think it's also important maybe to, because sometimes we tend to forget how strong were some people and how many good results. You played in 10 Olympiads, if I'm not mistaken.
I played 14.
14, yeah.
So first I played 4 with the women, and then I played 4 in the open class. It was called the men class at that time. And then I played the last 6. I played with the women again.
Yeah, that's a fantastic achievement. So as I said, I would love that many viewers see this movie. Okay, so you will stay here for some time. You have tomorrow this Women's Chess Day.
Yes, but actually I will leave the day after, so I'm only here for 2 days. So it's a
So
short time.
let's use your expertise. Let's check a little bit to see your opinion regarding some position these days. Which type of positions you like to check? Is that some kind of crazy wild Sicilian attack, or you like to follow someone squeezing in a fabulous way some small advantage? What kind of
Yeah,
positions?
it's more the second one, because I am with age, you're getting more positional. I like to be active, but I am more positional. I don't like when it's crazy. I have no idea what's happening on the board. And but I think there are quite interesting positions here.
Let's start with our leader, Jordan van Forest, versus Hans Niemann. This semi-Tarrasch stuff, Tarrasch Gambit. So, how complicated is this? I think that we could imagine you playing this position with the white pieces.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's the kind of position I want to. I like to go to end games, and so I would like to play. But it's tricky. Yeah, it's very tricky because we have both kings. No, both kings are in the middle, and white would of course love to castle, but it's not possible because of the bishop. And I guess now rook e8 will be coming. And yeah, if you take the bishop pair, the knight will also jump in. You will probably, your king. The king on e1. Could it be that the king on e1 is the one who is actually more in problem here? I'm not sure. Because rook e8 will be coming, and will the king needs to remain? Yeah, I'm wondering.
I'm always telling to my students and maybe some players not on advanced level, think about dream scenario. What is a dream scenario for white? How white wins this game? What do you think? So running somewhere with the king, bringing rook. What is an ideal scenario for white?
Ideal scenario. Actually, yes, I was when I saw the position first, I thought, oh, this looks very nice for white, but I forgot that the king is stacked here on e1. So I'm quite not really sure what is.
Is there a chance to run not really to the long castle? Probably this won't happen.
I think it's difficult to run to the long. Yeah, you want to go bishop f4 and long castle.
Yeah, or bishop d2, bishop c3 maybe, but it's too late probably.
Bishop to rook e8, long castle looks so scary to go long castle when you have always rook bishop b3 and then you have a bishop.
Something like this we are discussing.
Yeah.
Then this bishop b3 comes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Bishop d3.
Yeah. So it
or
could
you
be.
mentioned bishop f4 as a possibility. Same thing.
But rook e8 is annoying here, and so is it? Does the king needs to go to long? Yeah.
We are not using engine lights, but at least we are using engine bar to approve our thinking, and it seems that engine is not so worried as human. Yeah.
No, it looks fine. Yeah, I don't know if we can. We can always go for the bishop pair if he wants to in the position, but.
Yeah, maybe engine thinks that this is also. Is there any way maybe to play even being an exchange down with some attack later, because a lot of things will.
Yeah.
Let's say some. Is it possible to sack the exchange?
You want just to play some
king b1. Yes, I'm thinking now. Is this a clue?
It could be. It could be because you have bishop h3 coming. You have. Knight g5 could also be annoying. But more than else, I guess bishop h3. But can you run away with the king? Do you have some?
King d7?
King is no. You
probably knight d6 or bishop d6 better.
Bishop d6 it looks very, very good. Yeah. So you stay here. So king is 7. Yeah, it's not a good move. So maybe this could be so long castling. I was. It could be that white can go for long castle.
But it takes a lot of energy to be sure that you can do it, right?
Yeah.
In analysis is easy, but
yeah, you have to be. But if anyone would go for it, I mean, he's very. he's not. Jordan is not afraid of anything, so it will actually be very nice to see how he will handle this position. Is there any a solid approach, but it's just maybe to exchange and bishop e3.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but this is really like chicken style that you.
You want even to go
yeah,
directly.
I was thinking at some point, but this probably
to go
to take on c5
and bishop e3 was I was thinking of if that is, but it's just. Bishop e3.
It's possible. Yeah, you're right.
You play with the two bishops. I guess this would maybe be a way I would play. I would go for something very solid, but I don't think this is what we will see on the board. I think there will be more on a more ambitious way.
Frankly speaking, Pia, I know how strong you are. I'm not buying that. For sure, you went maybe with a long castle or something. I'm not sure that at your prime that this would be the sequence.
But I'm older now, so so maybe Pia in my age would go for the more solid one, but not the younger Pia. So.
And Anna, how about Anna in this position?
No, she would go for some craziness. Absolutely, I think. Yeah, then we would see a long castle. I would believe.
Cool. But okay, this is a nice, I think, position also for people following because here at least you can grasp the logics. In some positions, it's really hard on top level to understand what's going on actually, because sometimes moves are not natural and complicated. That they know the reasons, but this is, I think, very instructive position.
And I think it's very important for black to have this bishop on c4, because if white was allowed to castle short, this would just be fantastic, because this is the only problem white has, and it's a problem. The king still there in the middle, but if you had a king on g1, you can play with a rook, then black would actually be in big problem, I believe. So it's important for black to have this pressure against white also.
When I was making a breakthrough, let's say as a FM, becoming later an IMGM, in my time it was normal to call endgames all the positions without queens. But then suddenly they invent and they start to speak about queenless middle games. So this is kind of middle game. It's not like full endgame, because as you mentioned, king is important. There is a sacrifice coming. It's quite vivid.
Absolutely.
Okay, this position I think you also played sometime with the white pieces.
Yeah, I could say. I mean, I normally play d4, so it looks like. I'm not sure what it could have been, but it could have been some kind of queen's.
It was
Catalan.
Catalan.
Yeah, it was a Catalan. Yeah, and a5. Yeah. So let's see a5.
I was trying to explain to the viewers, maybe you can add something as well, that this bishop exchange, maybe it's not common for some people, but to understand, and in those fianchetto stuff, sometimes you don't need this bishop. That's why this bishop f6 with possible later domination over light squares is something people tend to play.
Yes, and if you look at the central pawns, so white has this pawn on d4. It's very good together. It takes lots of squares in the center, which is very important, and you have the light squared bishop. But it also a little bit take away. It makes the dark squared bishop less active, because it's on a dark square, and that's why if white exchange any bishop, white won't exchange the dark squared bishop, not the light one, and of course not fianchetto bishop, but also because how the pawns are situated in the center. And we can see for black, the dark squared bishop is much more active together with the pawn on d5, e6. Maybe c6 will come, while c8 bishop is very, very passive.
Yeah, and for some players it's natural to go to f4, but I was also explaining that this might become an empty bishop, because just black start to play around, and this bishop tends just to stay there without a huge role. So I think this is also, it looks like it's developed, it looks like it's normal plays, but sometimes it's missing a role after c6 you mentioned, or I don't know, queen runs away. So bishop g5 was played, h6, takes on f6, knight f6, c6, rook d1. Yeah, I believe that you had this position, at least in some rapid game.
It could be. It could be. I'm not sure, but it could be. And we have e4 here. Yes. And take knight e5.
Okay, now it's very concrete.
And bishop b7 and knight takes c4. Yeah, that look very, normal. I would say I like white's position, but it's you have more space with the pawns in the center. But black has the bishop pair. It might, if it could be open up. You have this knight on c4, but so how? What is really? And you have b6. b6 is the target for always a target. So it could be. So what I'm guessing we are, but of course in a position like this, I wouldn't mind to have the Dogsford bishop, to have play h3 and the bishop and e3. That would have been nice, because if black had a knight on d7, black would actually be a little bit more cramped when white has more space. But to get this position, white exchanged. Felt that white had to exchange the bishop.
I just wanted to mention that white ran away from this bishop a6 stuff, so that's why it's important to take on c4 when the rook is already on d1.
Yes.
But sometimes you cut and there is bishop a6. Once again, dream scenario with white. How white wins this position? Doubles the rook or push e5 or on the king side?
I am not sure here, because when c5 comes, if c5 comes, we want to go d5. Okay, or now maybe you can take on c5 because the queen is there. I don't want to go.
Move around a little bit.
Yeah, yes, more. So b5 came. Oh, that is very. Oh, wow, that is a very.
Non-standard, huh?
Very. Let's see, knight e3 in the center. So again. It means when you go b5, you don't support c5 any longer. You see the bishop on b7 is quite, it's very, very passive. So I think white is now trying to get squares for the knight. So if white would play a4, would we do that? And then round the with a knight. And then we would try to get the knight maybe to b3, so we control c5 square. So a4, b4, and then to move it maybe knight e2, knight c1, knight b3. And we still keeps this very important c4 square where we can put the knight. And the plan is always to answer c5 with d5, to keep it and to have a nice, very nice knight on c4. So,
I'm a deep player. We are always like happy at least a bit with this special advantage and space for rooks and some pressure, but of course, to get something tangible, it's not so simple.
Yes, it's not. I guess, we would dream on to put a knight on c5, put it there, but it's not so easy to get there, and that's why I wanted to go a4, because then we will get, we can use b3 square maybe later on for the knight to get to c5. To if you could put it there, it's fantastic, or just to prevent black going c5. So I guess this is, this is what I would play with white in this position. b5 was a surprise for me, but maybe black felt that black wants to be active. Can black go a4, or is it, what do you think about that?
A4 might be a next move.
It looks logical, no, to go a4, because otherwise I would like to play a4 with white. And if you go a4,
this probably will be a move.
It could be, and
okay, is white then ready to play e5 and knight e4, knight c5? e4 knight goes maybe to. Okay, I'm threatening knight b5 because of the pin. So knight d5 a normal move. Can I exploit this square somehow? Okay, not clear.
Now the question is,
because on knight e4 maybe there is some c5 coming. Is that an option to sack something?
To go c5?
Yeah, I was thinking, but probably this is just not working.
c5, I don't know. We have.
This is a weakness, but But maybe d6 square will be also.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is premature. So maybe black needs to think a little bit.
I was just wondering also of the a4, e5, knight d5. If I take on d5, you take with a c pawn, or what do you take? You do.
I need to take with the c pawn, I believe,
Yes,
right?
of course, you have to take, and you just play with. But now your bishop, you will get all the pieces on the open lines. You will be happy there, yeah, of course. So it's not a good, it's not good to take. Yeah, we need to go knight.
I'm not sure, but now when thinking, is this a4 the right approach? Maybe just to wait a little bit with some queen b6.
Yeah, I mean queen b6, rook d8. But okay, queen b6, a4, b4.
Maybe I was thinking is a moment to wait a bit with b4.
You can go rook d8, maybe,
Yeah.
yes, directly. Yeah, rook d8. Can you do that? Just to put pressure. Is that okay?
Okay, not much is happening after 92 probably, but
I'm just wondering here, and if we. But if I now go e5, what are you doing then?
okay,
Can I
e5.
play e5 now, or is it more?
Is it the moment now to change strategy, to go to d7, but then knight e4 will be played?
Yeah, but maybe it's important again. 94. Yeah, knight 94 will be played. 94.
But I know that I was always excited with the white pieces, and then you turn on the engine later, and engine is always happy with black.
Yeah. Here we have. Yeah, maybe this is fine. Yeah, I think if you go a4, black should stay with the pawn on b5. It's important. You shouldn't. You should keep, not allow the knight come to c4. So it's important. Yeah, queen b6 this is fine.
Yeah, let's use your insight for two players who are playing in challengers, our ladies. So let's see how they are doing.
Yes.
Ganguly versus Divia. If I'm not mistaken, Ganguly is involved in her coaching process, or acting as a second, so they have also maybe psychological warfare a bit. Divya is playing interesting chess, and you mentioned that you played in men or open section a lot. How about her approach? She sort of insists to play in the open section, sometimes playing grand space, drawing with Gukesh, if I'm not mistaken, in process, then also World Cup, Open or Men World Cup. So Divya is not afraid to challenge herself.
Yeah, no,
in that section.
I think that is very important. I think actually what we need to do is to play against, we need to play against stronger opponents, of course, to play in strong tournaments. And so that is actually very good what she's doing. I also believe it's very important that you pick your tournaments. It could be, of course, tournaments you need to play in your career, but also that you feel that you will be happy when you play there for different reasons, coming with friends, coach, or whatever. So it's so important to have everything, you know, the being ambitious, and the joy for playing in the places.
What's your favorite tournament?
You know, one of my favorites is, of course, the Olympiad. You know, everyone is there. It's such a huge festival. You have the best players in the world, but you have all amateur players, and you have players from the whole world. So I would say that the Olympiad. And then, of course, I had some favorite tournament like Gibraltar, the Open in Gibraltar. It was like, was it maybe 25% women, a big open chess festival, and we actually play there every year.
You won against Korchnoi there?
No, I didn't play against Korchnoi there. Korchnoi was quite old, but he was close to win one year. No, I played against Korchnoi several times. Actually, twice here in Prague, so 95,
cool.
a long time back.
Cool. Then
But I played with him first time in Lloyds Bank, an Open in Lloyds Bank, London, 82. I played with him in 84, and then I played with him in these matches, veteran against women, several times. And one of these matches was here, 95 Polka tournament. And then I played with him in Sweden, and in Siegemann, yeah, maybe that was.
Mistakenly, but I know that you won.
I beat him twice, but I lost 3 times too, and then there were some draws also. So,
but not so bad, huh?
No, I'm very, very happy with that. But yeah, no, I think this is very good that you play in strong tournaments. It could be all women tournaments. It could be. Open tournaments, whatever, the open class, and because you need to be challenged, so it's just to keep going and to keep the ambitious high, to keep high goals. I think that is very, very important. What Judith is pointing out all the time, that maybe one obstacle for girls, women, that we put the goals too low, and that is important. You have to put it very, very high up to become the best. It shouldn't be the best among girls or women. It's good to have high goals, and so I
think quite an active position, challenging one for Divia. We can dig a little bit. Yes, okay. This combination of bishop on b7 sometimes even allow you to go with the f pawn while the pawn is staying on d7 and protecting e6, but usually players tend to go with the d pawn. But here this x-ray probably makes this break tougher to achieve. I don't know, quite a complicated position, but still promising enough for black. Normal Sicilian, I would say. It was O'Kelly line with a6. I have played it myself several times.
And what did white play here now?
Knight c3, the sideline, b5. Because now the point of a6 is the narrowest Sicilian. You want to narrow things. You don't want to transpose to Khan Sicilian or something. That's why this b5 with the point after d takes, bishop b7 is immediately targeting e pawn. Here bishop e2 was played, castles, and now they transpose, but at least black has managed to avoid some side steps, some lines.
Exactly.
95.
Yeah, 95. Nice. Yeah, we have it in several Sicilian positions with the king in the middle. You can jump in there with the knight, and it can be absolutely annoying. So
we have another player. So this will be Georgina. She's playing versus Gledura. Not her best tournament, but this is quite a promising position. You have played many times, I believe, in India, China.
Yeah. In China I played several times, but it's quite a long time now since last time. In India I only played, I think it's only 3 times actually. Last time was the Olympiad, but I only played twice before. And I actually never played against Xu Jing'er or Divia, these young upcoming players. I play against the older ones. So they are, quite new to me here.
From my experience from Chinese players, sometimes you get unexpected positional ideas and concepts. I recall, I know Chinese players, for example, playing French defense and then being active in passive positions, or sometimes also pushing some pawns which is not expected. So I always admired this way how they were handling some position in non-standard standard way. But of course, regarding Indians, we know that they are excelling, they're superb in calculations, and then it's very hard to parry them there.
Yes, I guess it's because China hasn't been. I guess it's after Qiun became Women World Chess Champion, there was a boom of chess, of Western chess in China, and they traditionally played the Chinese chess, and I guess that is a more aggressive game. So they have this, or they used to have this more aggressive approach before, and I always felt that the Indian school was very positional. So it's a little bit different, but I guess the the difference are getting smaller and smaller now with time.
Okay, this is normal position. White got rid of light square bishop, but she's having central pawns on the light squares, so this bishop will probably come to it. Normal game. It should slightly prefer white, but black is hoping on two bishops.
Exactly.
Advantage.
Yeah, actually, white would have preferred to change the light square bishop for black's light square bishop, but of course it was not possible because we can see with the central pawns again that the light square bishop have very much harmony with black's pawns c7, d6, e5, but okay, it has been exchanged for a knight instead. So
in the opening, just to point out that. Hungarians, they are experts in Greenfield, and sometimes it's very hard to come up with something against them because they know a lot of theory, and that this h4 is the idea to sidestep Greenfield. Now there is h5 stuff.
Yeah.
But then black can transpose to Benoni, King's Indian, where white would rather bring it back. Yeah, but what to do? How about you, any Greenfield defense? Were you annoyed sometimes? Because
yes, sometimes yes, yeah. Of course, it's a lots of fear in Greenfield. You have lots of, and in the old time, those who play Greenfield, they only play Greenfield. It was just such a good defense. So many different setups to choose from. So here we had it. Yeah, this is a very special, going quickly for e4. And so what happened here? Was
Bishop d3, not a standard way, but...
Yeah, and took, yeah. But how did the queen... so this is what happened. And bishop a4. And of course, and now this was taken.
Yeah, as you mentioned, now this exchange after bishop a4 would favor white.
Yeah, this would favor white. This is what white would hoping for. So, of course, black has to take. But bishop a4, I'm a little bit surprised. Why?
Mahagonov maneuver, but very slow one.
Yeah, why she gave it away. But maybe she thought she had to. 97, g3 was played. And I guess, it was not castle. What did he play last?
Take a look now, Pia. Rook a6. Okay, this is...
Wow.
This is wow.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is he didn't want white to go b4. Could it would that you're stopping b4? Otherwise, white could be thinking of going b4. I'm not. Could you that? But maybe
b6 is solving the issue probably here.
No, castling has made. I'm sorry, I thought the king was an e8. No, of course.
You said in this position.
Yeah, of course not. No. If you castle, then you have knight b6.
Okay, so let's say that we play some...
But wait,
okay, here b4.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Maybe it could be possible. I don't know. I thought rook a6 was because of that. What is that reason with rook a6 to play? Because it's just... I could be planning c6. Yeah, could it be that you want to go c6? But so the rook is just supporting that, and I guess it's c6 what you want to play, and because black could also have gone castling, planning knight c5 and then c6, but for some reason black wants to keep it like this.
Yeah, very interesting. I believe, Pia, that you need to preserve some energy.
Yeah,
a
of course.
Of interviews, a lot of I don't know, autograph signing. Tomorrow we have Women's Chess Day. So thanks for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck with all your activities.
Thank you.
So we will go for a short break and then we will keep up with analysis.
This year's special guest and ambassador of the Futures Tournament is Grandmaster Pia Cramling. Born in Stockholm in 1963, Pia started playing chess at age 10 and competed in her first tournament at 12. By the early 1980s, she was among the world's top female players and became world number 1 in 1984. In 1992, she earned the Grandmaster title, only the 5th woman in history to do so. Over more than 4 decades, Pia has represented Sweden in 13 chess Olympiads and won numerous titles, including 2 European Championships and 6 European Women's Club Cups. In 2025, she was inducted into the International Chess Hall of Fame, the first Swedish player to receive this honor. Known for her creativity and consistency, Pia continues to inspire generations of players and remains a tireless competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's special guest, Pia Cramling.
And we are back. It was a real pleasure to speak with Pia, as of course I know her from tournaments. If I'm not mistaken, we haven't played But anyway, I know a lot about the way how at her prime she was good. Just mentioning this match and games versus Victor, the terrible against Victor Korchnoi was, yeah, at that time a huge thing. So Jordan van Foreest in this position played bishop f4, the move we were considering with the point of playing long castle after rook e8, but then f5, knight c5 was the follow-up. Engine says it's slightly better for white, but the thing is, to keep this position only slightly better for white, you need to have rating of engines which is 3500 or 3700, which is very, very tough. And for human, it's so easy to go wrong. And yeah, I think that Jordan is now very optimistic. He is thinking, but it's not about being worried. I think now he believes that with some extra effort he might win this game. Not a simple position at all. Because two bishops, this bishop is really strong, and it's so easy to go wrong here. The thing is, I would maybe just add that depends of the profile of the player. Some Karpov would be super excited here. Magnus is always a top choice, but this is very unpleasant, because when you're having bishop and a knight versus two bishops, you want to have some outpost for your knight and maybe some square where you can keep it forever, and maybe threatening to exchange for light square bishop. But here bishops are far away, so it's not so simple to exchange them. And the point is that you just start to roll around them. Usually the system of exploiting advantage is to exchange at least one rook, but sometimes even both pair of rooks, and then your king can start to penetrate. But here black's king is a bit weaker, so maybe the point for white is to stay with both rooks. Of course, he needs to bring them into the play, but you know, sometimes we have those principles which stay in back of your mind, that I need to exchange pair of rooks, but here it's maybe a different situation. And now I think Jordan is considering this. Should I play for initiative, maybe some tactical shots, or should I exchange pair of rooks and then start rolling my king towards the center? And the point is, two-sided pawns, and you start threatening to penetrate to one part of the board. Not a pleasant position. As I said, the problem is with engines that they give you ultimate evaluation, but if sometimes if that means that after, I don't know, 5 or 6 moves you need to play the only move, and if that move is not logical, then from the beginning this evaluation is with some kind of disclaimer. I think it's an unpleasant position, so I would add some 0.4 or something because of psychologically tough position. Navarra, I was always big fan of this type of position, with rooks being behind, some special advantage and possibility to make a breakthrough. Sometimes you even do this on the king side. Even it's possible to push f4 and g4. By the way, this knight e3 is very known from Queen's Indian and Catalan as well. Abdusatorov is having this position which is totally non-standard. Queen b3. So just to remind our viewers, guys, this is actually reverse Sicilian. So if black plays d5, which actually has happened, now we are having a Sicilian reverse colors with a tempo up, but you are black, which usually means that your advantage is gone, because in many openings with the black pieces I will give you an extra tempo and you will still be black and you will not be so super excited with this tempo up. So here white is black, but at least you are avoiding theory and you are leaving yourself some extra attacking or extra winning chance. So which openings, let's ask our audience, which opening is white playing? What is the name of opening? It's reversed. Which Sicilian? Rossolimo Sicilian, exactly. Thanks for that. So we have Rossolimo Sicilian, which goes e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. When I'm playing knight d4, but when I'm inspired and I'm playing some bullet or 3-minute blitz, then I'm playing Kazakhstan variation g5. There is a guy, I am from Kazakhstan, and he's playing g5. And actually it's not so simple to refute it, and usually people are completely surprised when they see it and they react very bad. So this is my specialty, to play g5. I'm playing knight d4 as well, just as a sideline. And there was also some other moves. I recall Magnus Carlsen once playing, I think it was titled Tuesday or something, and he came to the studio, or not to the studio, he was playing online, and he was, I think, streaming. And here, which move he played? Can you guess? Now I believe it's Kazakhstan stuff. He played g5, and actually he starts showing some lines which are 15 moves, 20 moves long. So people tend to underestimate his knowledge of openings. Even if he plays complete crap, he knows it in detail. And he said now it's the best to sacrifice the piece. There is, I think there is a move, something like d4, knight c3. On g4 you just sacrifice. On g4, I think, and he said my opponent will probably hesitate to sacrifice the piece, and then I will get a game. I think there is some move. Is it bishop c4 or something, and you just sacrifice? And he showed the line. So going back to this game, we have reversed Rossolimo, and in Rossolimo, after e6, black wants to go knight e7. So now if we go back to our game, white plays knight e2. So you avoided in Rossolimo bishop c3 or bishop c6 doubling the pawns. So this is already an upgrade, and you are tempo up. So d5, okay, let's go back to our position. That means that here white plays d4, which can be a move. I think Mickey Adams has played it, and many other guys. cd, queen d4. So we are here. Queen b3, like queen b6 there. Queen c3, but this is something I think I haven't seen before. Queen b3 back, getting a bishop, but usually black gets rid of that bishop. But the point is that this happens with queen on c2, white pushes a3, forces black to take on c3, and queen takes on c3. Here we have a little bit different scenario, that knight is on c3. Okay, but also this line is known in different move order, so it goes, let me try to recall, it goes following way. Is this a line? When you allow knight d3, I think this is some kind of line. I forgot it because I'm not playing English so often these days. So we have this thing that you allow knight d3 jump. It's not, is it now queen b3? There is some other move now, and you allow knight d3. So here has happened. Yeah, knight f4, this is also known because there is stuff. So I think they know it, but they are just rechecking. What a game. This is a crazy position. Yeah, I got some coffee. Thanks, Jolana, for that. Keti is also here. She might join us, right? That's Keti? Yeah, that's Keti. So, a3, b4. I think that white has get a normal game, but except this king is in an awkward position. Black is... No, hang on. Black should be better, because if the king is in castle, then I would say that white would have a normal game. But king on f1, not a great setup. Okay, so we will discuss this position. In the meantime, just to say that we have heavily analyzed this line, and now this dc5 has happened. I'm curious why David Anton didn't take on d4 to get into this isolated pawn structure with this h3 pawn, which is obviously bad. But now with e4, as I said, rook should be on f1, but it's not bad on f1, on e1 as well. So rook d8, this is super concrete. Knight g3. Okay, this is a total mess. Really?
So much thing happened, right? In this game.
This is crazy. And now white wants to do the same to exploit some pins and x-rays. I love this game. I love this game. Was some NBA stuff. I think that Sotiris recalls it, right? I love this game. In 90s it was the way how the games were starting in NBA. I love this game. You are too young, Keti, for us. You don't recall those things. Yeah. Bishop
takes e4. Yeah. Let's comment a little bit about this move. You're giving up your light square bishop for the knight. And it is open position, and we don't very often do like that. But black had to decide either give up the light square bishop or to give up the dark square bishop. But we have to just mention that rook from c1 kind of creates a threat on the c file too. So that was the decision of David Anton to trade these pieces in this way and to keep it going. I somehow like the coordination of black pieces. Both knights are beautifully placed there. Now maybe it's time to bring the rook from a8 into the game, and black also controls this d file. But to be honest, it is a very complicated position for me, too many pieces, and very often I don't find myself comfortable in this kind of position. I always look for some kind of trades to like simplify the position.
Yeah, here I think the key is that the only danger piece that was a knight on e4 has been eliminated, because only that knight could have done some damage to black. And now what's the case? You have two bishops, which should be some kind of advantage, but they are totally locked. There are no open diagonals, and I'm not sure when this will happen at all. While black has managed to secure his pieces, and he's playing some close position with nice pieces. Okay, one thing is you have nice position, you're standing very good in the game, but from that point to get a better position, a winning advantage, it's a long way. So black is probably standing well, but not so simple to get anything tangible.
And David Anton made queen to d7. Quite unusual move to play.
Totally unusual move to play.
Yeah, my first thought was p5, but not really, because this bishop on c5 is guarded by the pawn, and you don't want to just explode the c file. There's no entry spot on d file,
He wants to play knight d3. This is
and
actually
also he wants to control d1 square. So White's idea perhaps was to play rook d1 to control this, and now Black is delaying that. And if he wants to really control d file, you have to withdraw this rook from a4 a1, and then knight d3 comes into the game, and Black is eager to take the light square bishop from the board, and that's going to be a very nice position for Black.
Yeah, but my point was that here he had a nice position, but as I said, to get something tangible, you start to do some active moves, which might not take you to the right direction. So here there is a move. Let's try to find it. So maybe something is wrong with everything here also. So let's see what's the case here. I don't believe that moves like g4 are good, so this probably is not an idea. How about bishop g5? What do you do after bishop g5?
Bishop g5 is the best move here for White, and Aravin, if he plays this position, gets back to track for White. I was looking at the lines by the engine because it's not a clear position, and I really didn't understand. If we just come back one move, instead of queen to d7, the engine here suggests queen to c6, attacking the rook.
Much more normal move.
And there is very sneaky idea with that. You get this rook on e1, rook e to e1, and now you go b5. Idea is that after a takes b, bishop has to withdraw back on e2 or f1, and you have this move queen to b6. You're getting off the pin, attacking f2 pawn, let's say queen to b6, and now White is already struggling to guard the pawn on f2. And if you play rook to e2, then knight d3 is coming. There's no bishop g3 because you will lose this piece. So that was the most precise that would give Black the advantage.
When you're explaining this way, it sounds completely normal and the right way to go. So after the game, if something goes wrong here, David Anton will regret this position, not to maybe invest a little bit more energy to find this concept. This is a perfectly sound and normal way to go. But it's also sometimes possible to miss it, because the problem is with that move is that you're staying on the X-ray.
Yes.
And you see his last move was actually running away from the X-ray. The point is that you're playing like 20 years professionally, or maybe a little bit less in David's case. And you have suffered many tough moments, losses, sometimes X-rays could bring some nasty tactics, and you tend to avoid some stuff, and that's why this queen d7.
It's also clear that after queen d7, he wanted still to push b5, and now the queen gets on a7 instead of on b6. Very likely that was his judgment, but the problem here after queen d7 is bishop g5. That was the problem that David Anton missed, which is clear to me because he has only 21 minutes now.
Have you spotted what just has happened? I was actually trying to get back because I proposed g4 in analysis, and then bishop g5 came as my better option. But then I see g4 and I'm trying to get it back, but the system doesn't allow, and then I realized that was the move which was played by White. So so it was not my analysis, it's current situation on the board. So
yes.
g4, really?
Yes, I saw when he was moving the pawn.
Because now it's also understandable, but it's not the same, because when you play bishop g5, you are leaving some doors for an attack. With g4, you can forget it. Now it's more about, kicking some pieces.
Yeah, now Black has intermediate move, queen to b7, scanning the rook and the knight.
Knight e3 stuff, or what's the logic?
Yes, so after
rook
queen
e1, some knight e3, is that the move? No, something with
knight to d3.
d3, okay, same thing.
Bishop takes, queen takes on f3, and your two bishops are hanging.
Yeah, but when you turn on the engine proposes, and those players are not even thinking, and they are top.
Yeah, so queen to instead of queen to b7, we have knight to e7. This is the second option of the engine. And Aravin is blitzing, right? He's pressing on the clock, or he's not thinking much. He has very close to 1 hour on the clock.
Come on, it's logical he's not playing Philidor. In Philidor he needs to think. Here he doesn't need to think because it's a position. It's not about like surviving the test. So in the meantime, we have Gukesh, who seems to be doing very well. King on f1, totally odd, and this is kind of Gukesh's position. So if he's in normal shape, here he should excel. Yeah.
He looks very sharp to me. Yesterday we were commenting that he was walking a lot, and we had our theory why that was happening. And he was also showing that he was a bit tired or sleepy. And
maybe we should also remind viewers about their head-to-head or last match in Vaikanzi, which was very painful when he played that rook's move. I believe that you can recall that moment in an equal position. Yeah.
So here we have the head-to-head score, and we can see that Abdusattorov leads 8.5 to 7.5. Very close tie, very close match. This game must be very personal for both of them. If Gukesh wins, then he just points out that that was a accident. If Abdusattorov wins, then he pointed out that I'm better. I'm winning the games against you. So very personal statement from both sides. We can see that Gukesh castled on the long side and decided to bring king here. Looks quite safe for me and makes a lot of sense because white's king is on the other side of the board. Unable to castle, it is illegal to castle, and black's going to find some kind of maybe pawn storm or the attack by the pieces to get bigger and bigger advantage. But at this point, black is already having some advantage on the according to our engine bar.
Cool. I like that we have so interesting games today. So regarding my prediction, I can easily imagine all 5 decisive results today.
Oh, that will be just fantastic for our viewers and for us. And you guys keep in mind that today is the final game before the rest day. So these players will just have a day off tomorrow to rest, to prepare.
One disclaimer, complete opposite opinion than Keti's now. We might get some rest, but players, you know what they will do on free day? They will play chess, probably some online tournaments or something. This is typical how chess players and top players relax these days.
Is it Tuesday tomorrow?
They play.
There's a Monday tournament.
No,
right?
they will, Monday or something.
Maybe the organizers choose Monday for the rest day, not to have this.
Exactly. So what will they do? Now at the opening ceremony, one important thing, if you have chess players, top chess players involved, you need to put up some chess set, because then they stay. Stay. And some VIP evening party, you need to install a chess set, and then they're fine.
Yes. Well, the truth is that I think when you're a professional chess player, you don't even have any rest day or vacations, because they are pretty much just training all day, every day. But many of them will have longer sleep that chess players tend to like. instead of getting ready for the tournament. So that's very important. That's very important to have a day off.
But I'm joking, of course. But I just want to like to make an irony. But the thing is, they are truly devoted, and it shows this. You know, I don't know. It was Spassky who said that to be great in chess, you need to put chess on first place in your life, on second place, and on third place. And this actually shows how tough is these days to stay on top or to make a breakthrough. They are really working hard and they are devoted to chess only. So I'm not surprised that they feel comfortable in chess in every profile.
We have Abdusattorov now sharing the second place with David Navara. Abdusattorov is another player who likes to just look a lot at the opponent to double check how his opponent is thinking. Here we have the current standings. Jordan Van Forest. He seems to be in a very good form. He says he's lucky, but we can just give a credit for his amazing way of playing. David Navara, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, followed by half a point behind. We have David Anton, Giharo, and Vincent Kayamar alongside with Yakuboev with 2 points. And then we have Gukesh, who still has to score. He has not won any game, as well as Hans and Prague. Sorry, not Prague, Parham. Those are the players who are counting on for the second part of the tournament.
Yeah, Gukesh is well determined, although he seems to be tired somehow, but I believe that this profile of the current position will motivate him to do his best. In the meantime, we haven't touched Parham versus
Yeah,
Vincent.
he seems very sharp today, very focused, and also having quite nice position against Vincent.
Okay, so we mentioned this knight b3, actually this idea of pushing a4, provoking b4, and then instead of c4 placing a knight in front of the pawn, which we all know as a perfect blocker, was mentioned by Pia Cramling when she was analyzing in the studio, that this is also a nice idea. So here this has happened, and bishop e3. Frankly speaking, I'm not an e4 player, an e5 player, so I'm trying really hard. I'm doing my best for last few years to realize when it's good to play bishop e3 and when it's good to take with the rook and take with the pawn, and still I cannot grasp the logics. Why now is good to play bishop e3 and black is not playing bishop e6? I'm trying at least, you know, fake it till you make it, at least somehow to show to the viewers that I understand, but I don't. I really don't. So what's the case here? Okay, what I know that usually is better to take with the rook, and also to taking f takes e3 might be sensitive if you have pawn already on h3. This is what I know, but some other details I really don't get it.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so here rook e4. This is interesting. Usually we expect that you keep your rooks on initial rank, but here it's another type of play. Okay, this position is quite promising, I would say, for Parham. Although he's very long time, because yeah, he has some nice outputs. Now probably he's thinking also, is it the moment to sack a pawn, to bring the rook? Which is, you know, if you wait, you might lose the momentum.
Why don't you push the pawn a5?
Okay.
Is that sacrificing?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, not to forcing. Okay, of course he can push a5, but then maybe later this pawn also can be weak. I was just saying that these days if you offer a pawn to those guys, they will take it. So it's not like in previous time. You just fake it, you just play some move and no one would take a pawn because it's danger. These days, those guys, because they are armed with computers and they grasp logics, they take. They don't bother
I
with
have
that.
this question. How about white plays this rook to f4, hitting the pawn on f7? Well, obviously, if you take, I'll take the rook, and kind of forcing black to take my bishop without me pushing the pawn on e4.
But this is very, very, like...
committal move,
Yeah,
right?
because when I take, how you take? With the knight?
With rook.
With the rook. But then, I cannot...
The pawn is...
Yeah, okay. Okay. Because I was thinking that was my point. Now bishop h3, and I deflect your queen. But you take with the rook, and then you can't take it. That's why I said.
Yeah, and also you can't really attack my rook anymore because the knight on c6 will hang, or the pawn on c7 will hang. But turns out that instead of taking on c4, there's something much better for black.
I don't believe. You sure?
Yes, because the engine drops, you see? Here. What is f5? Oh no, f5 is not possible. I kind of like this move.
But what if I cannot take on h3 because you take on f7. Okay, got it. So can I combine those two things?
Perhaps I'm about to make a move.
Some knight d4. Can I? No, this.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Okay, good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And if I take, then you take the rook, and
the rook is hanging,
yes. Yeah? Okay, simple as that. Good. So he has made a move? Not yet.
Queen goes to g3.
Queen goes to g3. Which?
Wow, that's interesting. He allows double pawns, and he believes that's good enough. Because it opens the f-file for the rook. I like that idea, actually. Very nice.
By the way, in Abdusattorov versus Gukesh, the storm is coming. Take a look of this activity. X-rays, lot of pieces, preparing f4. I don't know why Nodibek is ahead on time, but this looks super scary. Although, as I mentioned before, those two players, so Abdusattorov and Gukesh, are currently, if you ask me, the best defenders in the world. So they can put up a serious resistance.
Well, perhaps Black's idea was to push f5, and that was not possible because the knight on e6 was hanging, and knight g3, g5. Now f5 is possible, and alongside it can be some nasty ideas like knight h3, not at this very moment, but there's a b7 bishop which can find a really good play, hitting the pawn on g2 or the rook on h1. This is, I also see the storm happening. Shall we take a look at the game of Van Forest?
I just want to add here that we can consider this position as opposite castle's position. Let's imagine that king is on g1. And usually a simple rule in those positions is that you start rolling your pawns in front of your opponent's king just to open some files. It's not about keeping control of the material. It's about just opening the corridors. And here, how will white do it? So as I said, black has a lot of potential to open the things, while how will white start to roll his pawns? b5 allows knight a5, a4, maybe even a5 is possible, but I can even take. So it will take a lot of time to open those files, and also how will you bring a rook to attack later? So I think this actually is the worst thing for white.
Yeah, but we have even worse situation in the game of Hans Niemann and Van Forest. I think the blunder just happened right now. Bishop to d3 is the last move, and now if Van Forest finds this one move b4 to attack the knight, the bishop on d3 is just not protected.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I sound like an egomaniac because I'm like predicting things, and then things are happening, and then I'm super happy. But as I said, engine was saying that it's sort of equal or slightly better for white, but as I said, I wouldn't be surprised that you lose that game much easier. That's the problem with evaluation, and then people get surprised. Oh, Hans Niemann blundered. No, it's about the profile of the position, and from my point of view, engines in terms of providing info to the viewers, I'm not speaking about analysis, because top grandmasters and grandmasters, we know how to lead engine. But in terms of providing info for the viewers, I think this is far from ideal. Because you turn on the engine and it says it's 0.20, and then people are shocked that Hans has blundered. But the profile of position, the profile of position, it's so demanding that you cannot play, you cannot hold that position. You need to be 3700, which of course is not the case here on top level.
Well, let's take a look at this. After bishop to d3, he pinned himself this bishop. Instead of that, king to e7 was the move that he could play.
So when here.
Yes, king to e7.
So let's king to e7. Okay, let's try to think why he was afraid of that. Okay, let me think. So you want to go to f7. There is some probably concrete answer what was actually bothering him. Probably b4, I would say. I would say that something with b4, okay? And what now? What is the move after b4?
Oh, black has plenty of choices. Knight d3, knight b3, knight a4.
Knight b3.
Knight d3.
No, but you mentioned b3 as well.
Knight d3, knight a4.
Knight b3 is not a move, or?
Is it?
No, I'm asking what are the options, because if knight b3, then it's ridiculous.
I have only 2 lines, so I don't know the rest lines.
Okay, let's try to knight d3 to place the knight here. Okay, king b1. And now I'm having 2 pawns attacked. I need to play probably b6, or he was maybe afraid to get.
Let's take a look how bad is bishop d3, and then we can judge the rest of the position. Because if bishop d3 is lost, then of course king e7 had to play there. So b4 now, and after knight to a4 check, a4.
a4, sorry.
If you go e4, then king moves away and the bishop is just hanging. Here the key point is that Jordan has to find bishop to c5. Takes, and you just step.
I can guarantee you that he has already found it, but he's just thinking. So takes, king goes up, rook to e2, king goes. Is it possible that king a1 is winning as well? Then rook c3. So king b3 I need to go. Rook. Yeah, now it's probably just a game over. Rook b5, 5. I can even go king a4 probably. So a lot of winning attempts. So what was actually missed by Hans? Hang on. So knight, bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
There is no move.
Yeah.
Only knight c5, rook c5 is useless. So knight c5, bc5, and that's it. Hang on. Is there anything else? Maybe. So you said king b2 is coming.
After like.
And how about knight d7?
We have to.
King b2. Probably. King b2. And nothing is happening. Okay. Hang on. How about rook? Oh, rook e3 is probably useless. You see?
Wow.
No, here knight. This is a check. No. What did I see? Why this is equal now? 94 now, maybe? Or I'm trying to figure it out. So why this is an equal position?
Knight e4, knight f2.
Uh-huh. 94. Broketi. King b2 and now knight f2, right?
Yeah, I think rook c2 is also an option.
Maybe it's better
Knight.
immediately.
Yeah.
Not.
Knight f2.
So rook
Sorry,
c2.
rook c2, yeah.
King b3 or king a. What if I go king a1?
Knight
d2.
d2.
Oh.
Yeah, knight d2 with checkmate threat up, not working. What is it?
Maybe rook c3 just. Just go back. No, come on, give me a break. Why this is equal?
Knight to f2 now, maybe?
Knight f2 now. Yeah, okay. And what if I have rook c1? I have rook c1? No, then I take on b7. Rook endgame, rook g2 I take. Okay. So what here after rook e3 if I take bc5? Yeah, nothing is probably here.
Yeah, rook is hanging, and at some point you have to move it
rook
away,
c5,
right?
king d2 probably, just
yeah.
king d2. So what was actually... He has something in mind. I don't believe that that b4 was just blundered. No, this is too simple to blunder.
Can we have the close-up video of Hans Niemann? Let's see if he's worried. Nice. Looks fine to me. But we cannot really trust these players. They like to poker face us.
Knight a4, bishop c5. That was the move. Okay, let's bring the box. So knight a4, you go bishop b4, bishop c5. b6 doesn't work because you just take. So must take on c5. Rook c5, and we set king b2. Rook e2, king b3. Yeah. I don't know what. Is he playing b4? Can we zoom it? Yeah, let's stay here. I think he's playing a move. What is the best angle to see the move?
He's going to make decision.
Maybe this one is... Okay, here at least we will see that he will touch the pawn. He's about to make a move. But it looked to me that he didn't raise his hand towards the b pawn.
I have not seen him moving. Yeah, he's looking at that side, right? The b. That's the side. He looks at Niemann as well, because this is the moment you like to check on your opponent. There is always some right. Oh, Hans, look at him poker facing his opponent. Oh wow.
Black threatens mate in one.
Oh, that's a good point. There is a threat of knight b3 checkmate.
Yeah. And unfortunately in chess you cannot bid for making one more move.
Yeah, it is illegal to do that, but okay, now we understand why bishop d3.
From each move your opponent has a right to do something. But knight b3 would be a nice move, and actually it would work even without the rook, right?
Yeah.
So I I give you rook for free if you allow me to check.
If you give me one extra
Yeah.
move. Or take the piece if you want.
Speaking
And
about
make me-
taking the pieces, David Navara is on fire, and there is knight f6, and
Ooh.
this is no motive. It's not revolutionary,
nice.
but it gives us aesthetical pleasure. Knight is on f6. If you take it, he has calculated everything.
Oh, before he's on the board. They
Yes.
just made the move when we left. We were waiting
Yes,
for so
but-
long. Damn it. Did he left the board?
Yes, he was
Van
walking.
Forest has-
Yes, and now
Oh no, Hans might not be happy.
is struggling totally since he has just blundered. And I don't know. Now again, we have this position. What is the advantage? I cannot see it. Is +3 or plus?
The advantage is +2.
+2 is enough that, as I said, you don't need to outplay your opponent on +2. +1.5, you need to outplay your opponent. That means that you should figure it out strategy. With +2, it's a technical phase of the game. You just do technical stuff, but you just need to be precise. Well, as I said, +1.5, you still need to come up with something. With +2, just precision is needed, and to avoid opponent stuff. It's not about being brilliant. While +1.5, it's not so simple. So for me, that game is technical, is sort of over on this level. Okay, depends of time trouble, but here there is no time trouble. So +2 on this level, in this position, I think 10 out of 10 players with the white pieces would win that game. +1.5, 7 out of 10. Tiny difference, 0.5, but it's not in practice the same. Not fun for Hans and for Hans.
No, it's not
fans.
fun. He probably just carried on with his checkmate idea in one move. And he had kind of nice position, but this is happening to the players. Look, he's shaking his head.
And I see that players, that people are having fun in chat. As I mentioned, this NBA stuff. Spalding, how was it? I love this game. And then people are now having fun that Air Jordan is having fun in this tournament.
Aha.
Air Jordan Fan Forest. Actually, he's doing quite well in Mr. Air style. Very
What
good.
does that mean?
Yeah, like Air Jordan.
He's on the
Have
background.
you seen this Netflix about Chicago Bulls? What was the name? Okay, please, Sotiris, help me. I forgot. This series about Bulls. Last Dance. Thank
Last
you.
Dance.
Yes, exactly. So, this is Jordan Fan Forest Dance. Not the last one, but quite.
Yeah, Parham is getting to the action,
Yes,
of course.
usually, guys, you know when things are happening, it's
Parham is always
yes,
there.
he's there.
Alojzije had an idea. If Parham carries this small camera like the football arbiters, we will get the best view all the time.
Guys, if you are, I don't know, like BBC director or CNN, you just get Parham to chess tournaments as a journalist, and for sure he will be there where the action is. That's
Never miss an
guaranteed.
action.
That's guaranteed. Okay, so b4 played, while in Parham's game, Keimer is thinking to exchange or not to exchange. Let's go to David Navara's. Let's see this knight f6. How good is it?
And Parham giving a look to Yakuboyev.
So then it's good.
I love that, how he was looking, like giving a side eye to Yakuboyev. Wow, nice.
No, that was awesome. Knight f6. It's everyone who is playing, I don't know, e5 stuff. You have it in Queen's Gambit accepted. You have it in Catalan. You have it in Ragozin when you push e4, e5. Knight f6 is a typical motif, so it's not something new. But as a player with the black pieces, you tend to overestimate.
It is
estimate
unpleasant, right?
Yeah, usually you see attacking possibilities much easier from at this white side, and that's why I was giving tips to my student when they were solving tactics. That, for example, white is on the move. We need to put black side and black's point of view, because then you are developing a little bit sense of seeing danger, because you see possibilities for your opponents. So my advice is to solve tactics on opposite side. Like if white is winning, that you set up black pieces, because it's these days everyone knows how to execute things.
Oh, I do have this opposite. Like, I can defense well. I can see my opponent's move perfectly fine. I can see my own moves, which is so ridiculous.
Then you should do it to check.
From my side, yes. Let's see how black should react here. Seems like, according to our engine bar, it is not lost. It is just slightly better. And
can you give me, please, the advantage that I tell you my opinion? What is the current advantage after knight f6?
By the number?
Engine, yeah.
It is plus 1.4. But also, this is not the engine that we are usually using. This
okay, plus 1.4 in this position means that this game can end up with a turnaround. It's not that white will win so simply, because 1.4 means that you at some point you're not having a checkmating attack. That means that you need to find a position where you are imposing some pressure and collecting some pawn in the process, and so, which is not so simple.
Well, you can keep this this number if you make one correct move here, because black has two options. Another gives white huge advantage. King h8 is a bad move. If you can show that on the board. After king h8, it's already the bar will go all the way up. After queen to h5, seems like bar is not is not going to move anywhere. After knight to g4, the threat is to take on h6 or g4, g5 is another threat.
Here I wouldn't be surprised that just white wins in a simple manner. So here takes, and now. So while g takes f6, let's show to the viewers. G takes f6, why this is bad. Queen h5 again, or knight g4? Queen g4 check maybe, and then queen h4. This is also typical motive. You give check, and when king comes to h5, you have bishop e4 stuff. Is bishop e4 winning?
I guess so. You take after f5, knight
f5. This is typical, and then you will deliver a checkmate. This is typical motive, and if black goes to h8, you target h6 pawn, and now you will see that sometimes moving this rook, but black was trying to solve some other problems, helps, because bishop f8 is a saver. But here after queen h4, probably same thing. Bishop or knight g4, it just wins on spot, or e takes f6, game over. So bishop f6 was played, David took on f6, and
queen d8 has been played by Yakuboyev. It's also the correct move to
and
keep
after knight
things under
g4,
control.
knight g4, h5, or what is the idea?
After knight g4,
Knight g4, yeah.
You have to take on f6 according to the engine.
Really? Good luck with that. Okay. G takes f6 now. Chess has improved in the meantime when I was last time following it. So simple how engine. They don't care, And now I don't have time to bring my rook. I would love to make some rook lift with d5, rook d4 stuff.
Yeah, the thing is that you don't have enough forces for the attack, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm working.
d5 is the correct
Yes, that's why I'm working on it. This is typical. I'm also teaching my students, if you destroy opponent's shelter and there is no direct checkmate, you need to bring your pieces. And sometimes that rook c1, rook c5, rook d4 is the killer. Don't underestimate bringing pieces. So after d5, probably e5, or what is the move? No, e5.
Can I
e5.
take it? Knight d5?
Knight d5, rook d4. No, I think I need to maybe first give check. Hang on. I need to be precise here. Should I give, or should I play queen h, or should I take bishop d5 as well? Okay, now I need to calculate. I cannot do it so quickly. So he's now bishop d4, bishop d5. Maybe this is a move. You take, let's say, cd. Can I bring my rook now?
I think that's the only.
But this doesn't
option.
work, so I
Oh.
need to do it in a smart way. Check. Okay, I can always make a perpetual, so maybe. And if you go, if I give check, you go here. If I go rook d5, you go f5, and then I'm losing. So maybe it's just a perpetual. Maybe I cannot bring my rook, cannot bring my pieces. So this would be wrong.
It turns out that knight g4, g takes f6 is only correct approach there. By like any other move gives white quite big advantage.
Okay, but here now white has executed a nice touch, but knight f6, and now another effort, superb effort is needed to navigate here. It's very hard in a game to now come up with follow-up, and I believe that David will start. He will be very worried. You can go wrong here, and maybe we could see also a perpetual. It's hard now to navigate because so many things.
Is a pawn down, yeah?
Okay, maybe the point is to just move on. Maybe taking on g7 and then bringing some pieces. I don't know, takes, and now some h4, g4, rook a3. But yeah, to make that kind of decision. In the meantime, Jordan van Foreest is just winning his game.
Wow, that's really nice event for him, right?
Yeah, king a4 is even good, king c3, everything goes his way. Yeah, he's in fantastic shape. Maybe we should ask him that we buy this Euro lottery and to ask him some numbers, random numbers. Now this is his.
I would love to.
Yeah,
it's
he's
my
weak.
dream to win the lottery.
Yeah. Let's see with him. Is there any chance that he provides us 10 numbers or something like that?
Yes, I like that. Well, I can take credits from it. You know why? I think I'm bringing him like after each interview. I'm telling him I'll see you tomorrow at the interview again. I told him this by the accident in the first round, and it turned out that he's repeating to come back. If he wins this game, maybe we will be also lucky to have him in the studio, to have him here to also look at the other games and give us more information. We'll check that.
And what's cool, we have super interesting games today that we didn't even have a time to check challengers a bit. Maybe after the break we can do it, but now we'll leave you with Jordan's just final moments of winning the piece and the game. Let's go for a break.
And we're back. This is the 5th round of Prague International Chess Festival. It is Keti and Alojzije. In this studio, we have all the games in progress in Masters, Challengers, and also Futures. Right now, you can see on the screen Van Forest Jordan, the current leader, who is actually having a better position, winning position against Hans and Niemann, but the game is still happening. On just below us, you can see all the games in progress. The games are also out there, all this chess platforms, so you guys can take a deeper look if you wish to analyze them. And of course, you can let us know who are you supporting. We are observing YouTube channels of ECU and Prague Chess Festival. And of course, don't forget to subscribe, because you will get updates of interviews and all the news that is happening during the festival and for the next years as well. Alojzije, before we left, we were looking at Van Forest and Niemann's position, and as well as David Navara and Jakuboyev. The things are changing so fast. And we also got information that Divia is rocking in her game against Ganguly, so we have to take a look at that.
Yeah, we haven't checked other games in Challengers section. The thing is, I'm looking for a draw in the Masters and I don't see it. Which game will end up in a draw? This is crazy and this is fantastic. And once again, big kudos to players, big kudos to the organizers. It's awesome to follow this event. And I think especially today is Sunday weekend, you are at home and you can enjoy a pure action. But let's check Challengers, and we have Divia, as you mentioned. She just totally winning, and she's in exchange up, and for that she's leading the attack. I'm joking. So she has two things in her favor. It should be totally lost. But you know, sometimes the clock is ticking. You have a feeling that you're winning, but you're not able to fully concentrate and to find a winning sequence. By the way, Žužiner and Gledura, they ended up in a draw. And here Bertsen is pressing versus Herbeck. Bjerre is pressing versus Nemec, and Finek versus Jufa. It's unclear how strong is that attack, but obviously Finek is the one who is pushing. I was having a breakfast together with Daniil Jufa in the morning, and he has mentioned how talented Finek is, thinking that he will be 2600 soon, very soon.
Very good.
So how do you win this position? So this rook is a bit stuck.
Seems like none of the kings has been castled in this position, in this game. Both kings lost their rights to castle. It has been really crazy game.
Yeah,
maybe you can just
I was mentioning this possibility when you have pawn on this 7 e6 together with this fianchetto, that you might consider d6, but f6, f5 is also possible, because you're not having this e6 issue, which is regularly the case when the pawn is on d6. So here takes, and she just played a beautiful game. Okay, maybe Surya helped her
to
win against. No, yeah, he started to get some material which was not a right way, and now he is under heavy fire, but they're repeating the moves. Hang on. So the advantage is like plus or minus what, 4-5. or even more. And now she has made a winning move, rook g7. What's the point here? Okay, the point is just to defend on d7, which is a logical way. So protecting d7, and that's now asking white, so what will you do? If white pushes a5, so is rook e3 winning? Maybe even that move. Maybe I should start with, okay, if I go rook queen h1, you go queen g1. So now I can maybe go back, but this is probably not the right way to go. So to take on e3, maybe it's not necessary.
How many moves do you make before time control?
6.
Oh, that's a crucial 6 moves for Divia.
No, 7. Sorry, 7 for white, 7 for black. But now it's white's turn to somehow to muddy the water.
I like that Divia is also using this time. She's low on clock, 3 minutes. It's true that she has 30 seconds increment on the clock, but this is not the moment to relax.
Let's just briefly get this mosaic, this multiple view, just to tell you that, okay, this game has ended up in a draw. Here Divia is pushing, so, and Herbeck versus Bertsen, white is enjoying slight advantage, but it seems that it's not so big according to the engine. And in Biera versus Nemets, this passer on d5 plus lines occupied by white, this it's quite good for white. Sort of ideal setup. f5 weakness, but Jonas is low on time, and don't forget that he's affected by yesterday's loss for sure. Yesterday he really misplayed the openings phase, so ended up in a loss without a fight. Although I have a feeling that Joachim is an interesting swindler, that he knows how to get something. So here he allows bishop h6. So he just took on d5. Let's say bishop h6. What do you do then? If you take rook c7, this looks horrible with so exposed king. If you take on g3, I take on g7. And this is not bad because of rook h8. Suddenly I saw it. So rook is coming to the h file. That's why you need to take with f, which of course is not something you would want to do. Maybe that was missed by Jonas. But maybe rook d5 was coming anyway. I actually
After
maybe...
rook d5, there's queen to b7.
So let's say that if you move the bishop somewhere, is it possible? So queen d5, rook c7, and if you take with the rook, you mentioned queen b... Ah, Keti, nasty. Yup. Bishop h2. Ah, always is possible to blunder something. So that's why he has started with g3. Now we will have this sequence.
I blundered that? Or it
I
was
blundered.
in the... sorry, I thought
I blundered that.
And I was like, what? How you dare,
But you
Keti?
proposed queen b7, so...
But with g3.
Ah, okay,
Without
okay.
g3. Or
Okay,
with
okay.
No,
I
with
don't
g3.
know.
Yeah.
Now I know, I'm entering this tiny thin ice, So tiny rope, so I'm afraid to say that. No, you didn't blunder, Keti, all is good.
Well, in the game we have a move here. After queen to d5, bishop h6
Yes,
has
as I
been
mentioned,
played.
but now bishop g3 is that move. And as I mentioned, Yachim or Yachim? Yachim.
Yachim.
Yeah, Yachim is a famous swindler, but somehow today he was not on the level since bishop g3 was missed. And now big relief for Jonas. Now it's typical what we pros are doing. You sort of show that you are worried, but basically you're so happy that your opponent have missed it. You know, you start showing you're worried, but basically you're so happy that there is no bishop g3 on the board.
Really?
Yeah. These are sometimes
so
the
you
tricks.
can. Bishop g5 has been played.
With a nice stair. Slightly better for white, and it's not so simple to play this position with so exposed king. Once again, bishop g3, a fabulous move because it actually screamed that bishop g7 will be played, but now after h3 there is this rook h8.
Oh, there's so many action in the Masters. We have to get back in there.
Yes, just
Let's
to
go.
check, Divia, is she
She's fine. The opponent
rook
hasn't
g7?
played.
So he's thinking.
Let's,
So let's go to
Navarra directly because the move has been played that you will be really amazed. d5, the
Oh.
final move.
Very nice. But why am I amazed if c5 was the catch? Oh, Hans Niemann,
Ooh. Handshake.
Jordan van Forest has scored another fabulous victory. So he's crushing all the people whom you would expect that even draw
Yeah.
is fine. So
Yeah.
Gukesh,
Unstoppable.
yeah, Gukesh, Niemann, Keimer.
You name them. Let's see how many. So the first round he won against Vincent Keimer. Second round he lost against David Anton. It was a really unpleasant game for him. But after that he has been winning Gukesh, Yakuboev, and now Hans Niemann. That is amazing form he's showing.
How about live 2700? How is he doing? I'm curious now because he's just collecting points. Is it updated? 2740.
Ooh.
He's war number 14. Big kudos to Jordan. 14th in the world. And yeah, he can almost catch with some wins if he keeps on. He can enter, not top 10, but he can come very close to. Niemann is now war number 19. And we have this clash between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. If Gukesh wins, he might get closer toward top 10. So, big kudos to Jordan. And here c5 was played. As I said, I don't see this as a devastating. Queen b5 is a point. Yes, now I spotted, Keti, why this d5 is fabulous. Queen b5, that's a move.
Yeah.
Very nice.
You did not see that happening?
No, not at all.
How come?
No. Knight f5 is a killer. So queen b5, very nice. Queen and price. Well, at the same time, let's just briefly check. David Anton has won the game. Oh, bravo for that. And we have Jordan van Forest coming.
Very good.
Yeah, let's check the game. Let's prepare the setup for our And as announced, we have our leader. Actually, I was checking live 2700. You are steadily improving towards top 10. Congratulations, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been somehow winning a lot of games, and yeah, every time it's an even bigger surprise. So even today, like I wanted to be quite solid actually, and I don't know, things are just really going my way.
Yeah, we will check the game. How about your loss versus David Anton? Do you regret playing King's Indian? Because you were trying to get some chances now. If you would have played something solid, maybe you would be invisible.
Well, as you can see, I learned my lesson in the other black game. After that, I decided not to play it again. But in general, you know, I like to play the King's Indian. It's one of my childhood openings. I feel comfortable in it. And if you look at the game, I had actually a pretty good position. But King's Indian is, you know, this kind of opening where even if you get a good position, things can still go wrong. And they did even quicker than expected. But of course, I was kicking myself for just blundering the game away in basically one or two moves. But I don't really necessarily think it was due to my opening choice. Like I had a good position. It's just that later on I didn't understand the position so well.
Somewhere you lose, somewhere you win. You cannot regret it right after 5 rounds and so many points.
Yeah. Not so many regrets so far.
Okay, before checking your game, have you followed other ones? So we have win of David Anton versus Aravind, and what interesting, it's very very crazy that we have this kind of position in Abdusatara versus Gukesh.
Well,
because
first
usually
of all, the tournament is kind of weird so far, right? Like bottom seeds are almost like leading the tournament. Like David Anton is on +1, Navarra is on +1. I'm winning some games, so
Jakuboy was playing well until yesterday. He was.
Oh no, yeah, I think Navarra might get to +2 now if he wins this game. So it's like a weird tournament. Of course, there's still many rounds to go, so too early to draw real conclusions. But it's yeah, so far like lower rated players have been doing very well.
Yeah, this looks scary in Nodirbek's game because now if it would be like freestyle, so at least you could get the rook to f1, but
yeah, that would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, Gukesh is long time,
so maybe you have to go king h2 first or something. It doesn't looks very artificial. Yeah, well, Nodirbek is hoping for Gukesh low time, but to be honest, it looks like the whole game, like after the opening already, I thought like black is so comfortable, like something really went wrong. But okay, like I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't count Nodirbek out yet. He's super strong, especially like very tricky when you're low on time. So I think really all 3 results are possible here, even though black is doing well, of course, on the board.
Anything else? Maksudlu versus Keimer.
What's going on here?
It seems
Vincent
that
is losing.
Yeah, there's something has.
Wow.
We left around king queen g3, which was a nice move, but nothing special, and suddenly.
As exchange sec, nice. So I guess if you take just knight takes, and it's
f5 maybe even, and who knows.
Or maybe you had to go for it if we see the bar, but it looks dangerous, right?
So knight d5, that's a mess.
Now I just want a pawn for nothing, or there's knight takes f4 or something. But
knight d5 probably, or what? No.
Well, I don't know, but
a6 is hanging
even
as well.
even like all squares are quite weak on the queen side. There's knight c5. The a pawn is really dangerous. So if white, if white on the long run, white is doing very well. But even tactically, like bishop on f5 undefended, white's pieces are coordinated beautifully, whereas black's pieces are all over the place.
Let's just briefly check Navarra versus Jakuboyev. Yesterday you had this interesting game. Yeah, it was very tough to play, probably, right?
Yeah, it was not easy, but I think he was just in control for the whole game. He just went for these complications, which wasn't necessary, but then he missed a golden opportunity to probably win the game on the spot with queen f5. And instead he lost basically on the spot. So sometimes it goes like that, like one moment in the game. And
but it was not simple at all. I think that even Vincent Keimer was here, and Movsi and others saying that it's not obvious at all.
Well,
Right.
actually, we both like I saw Queen F5.
Mhm.
I just missed some like pretty stupid stuff, and he also saw it, but he just thought like his move was even better. But yeah, it wasn't. And maybe if he had a little bit more time on the clock, he would have played Queen F5 because he saw the whole line. We spoke after the game, and um, yeah, things sometimes go like
Mhm.
that, you know. So this position,
Okay.
so is
He
there
can
maybe some
he can play something
yeah,
like
D6,
d6
yeah.
or to take. That's why he's thinking.
Yeah, I mean you can even try to be very fancy with Rook E1.
Yeah, I was
but
thinking about this.
I don't think that's really necessary. Yeah,
Yeah, but it's quite possible as you
but then
mentioned,
I
right?
probably
Yeah.
play.
Kicking the queen somehow. Is it rook c? No, rook c8, rook
Then I have
e3
rook takes
anyway.
E3. Yeah.
Anyway, so
Maybe a rook E1 makes some sense. Like maybe black just has to go Queen F7 then, or something. I don't know.
and how about
Oh, no.
d6 as you mentioned? It's
Yeah,
also
yeah, that
screaming
looks
to be
also
played.
there's some bishop takes A8 in the position. Ah, rook E1. There's Queen D8. Of course, that's the defense. Okay. Okay, then then rook E1 doesn't make much sense because then black exchanges. So D6, maybe. Ooh, this is too complicated.
Yeah. Okay, let's
Queen
go
E5
to
maybe here. I don't know.
oh
Maybe
queen
not.
e4.
No, maybe no.
Really? Yeah.
I don't know.
He stands the test.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
No.
I need to think about this. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to your game because to win versus Hans, it's of course quite an achievement. I was commentating how at some point this Tarrasch stuff became quite annoying. This A3.
That's a little idea I had, but you know, actually, I didn't mind a draw today too much because, like, I had 4 decisive results in a row, and tomorrow was the rest day, so I thought let's play safe. You know, if I go into the rest day with +2, it's already good for me. So I decided to go for this line. I had a little idea, like a bit of a test. You know, like if he finds all the right moves, it's a draw, but if he doesn't, it can get a little unpleasant.
Yeah, I was mentioning that there is no big chance for a test after 96, so usually it's if you can...
It's all been analyzed too much.
Yes, exactly.
Before engines, they would never go for this stuff with black, but now engines just show it's holding everywhere. And he played fine, like all the best. He probably knew G3, Rook C8 is good. Black has other ways also, but... Okay, this yeah, bishop C4 is important to stop short castles. I can also try bishop F4 here, but everything is zeros. So take, and bishop C5. I knew it was possible. I just couldn't remember. Like it was not the best move for sure. So, and black has like 4 moves instead of bishop C5. The best move is bishop E7, for example.
Regarding this opening, how big chance was that this will arise?
He plays this quite often, but actually I still thought he would play something different because he was on -1 and I thought he would want to go for a fight. So I was actually mainly checking other openings, which of course he can also play, but this is his main repertoire. But I thought given the tournament, maybe he would want to create a big fight like this. You're playing for 2 results with black, you know?
Got it. So bishop c5, you said other moves?
Yeah, well, I was thinking after bishop c5, the thing is that I can castle queenside sometimes without discovered attack. So bishop f4, I played finally.
Yeah, I was
Took me a
commenting
long
this
time.
together with Pia Cramling, and I said is the idea of long castle, but it's also scary.
Yeah, so for example, I played bishop f4 after long thing, and if rook e8, he can play this move.
Yeah,
I wanted to castle anyway.
Yes,
Bishop b3. I thought king b1, it was my plan.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, we commented
Take,
this.
rook takes. Yeah, this position I was looking at, and black has many moves, but it looked like I have good compensation here. I was looking at, I don't know what's the best move here for black, but I guess he didn't like this because there's many ideas. I can go for b4, sometimes bishop h3, knight g5.
Yes. This is what we were discussing together.
Rook e6 was some move I was looking. I don't know what's the... Black is probably fine here, but it's a bit tricky. Maybe rook e6, but b4 then is unpleasant. So, and then knight is coming to d6. So I understand he didn't want to go for this. Instead he went for f5.
So f5, okay.
Takes rook e8 check first is probably good. Bishop e3, knight c5, and here I really was just expecting after long castles king e7. It's just a solid move. I want to play now king b1 to get out of the file. And I'm a little bit better, but it's not too
What,
much.
King f7 or
I was
what is
thinking like some b6 or b5. I don't know what's the move. Just to protect the knight. And maybe I play bishop d5 here or something.
What was bothering him here?
I think he just blundered what happened in the game. But even, can I check one thing?
Okay.
He played this knight d3, of course. Or sorry, bishop d3. What happens if I play b3? Is it also just, is it okay or not?
b3.
Or am I missing something straightforward? So here I'm missing something, yeah. Maybe
Okay,
rook
I
takes
can
e3 here, yeah? Is it working? Fe,
Yes.
knight e4, king b2, rook c2, king a1.
Knight f2. I was
Yeah, knight
commentating
f2,
this.
but I thought I had bishop takes b7 or something.
King a1, knight f2 was
If knight d2, I have bishop d5. I thought that's important, maybe. That's not working for black.
But knight f2 was also working in this.
Ah, this is okay for black. I thought
Yeah.
I have bishop takes. Yeah, bishop b7, maybe king c7. I saw this position. But I thought anyway. I'm also not really risking here or something. Like I have always rook takes d3. But when I saw this tactic, which happened in the game, I got very excited, of course, because
Yeah.
he should play knight d7 maybe, but then king b2, and there's no tactics.
Yeah, this we also covered. I mentioned to Keti that of course we immediately saw bishop c5. I don't have any doubt. We were just rechecking some tricks. Yeah. So he did knight a4, right? And then bishop c5.
I think by this point he saw that bishop c5 was coming,
Yes.
but anyway, there is nothing to do anymore.
So now, yeah, he cannot end up in some position. I was mentioning your game versus Gukesh. It was plus 1.4.
Yeah.
It's not so simple. Here is plus 2, but it's just a technical.
Okay, well, Gukesh was a bit different, like the whole position, like it was very concrete. Here I'm just up a piece,
Yes.
so okay, I thought actually after king b3 his best chance was to take rook takes f2 straight away, at least to get the king to, like, I take on d3, and then at least he can play king c7 without getting mated. I was going to play bishop d5 or something.
Okay, yeah.
It looks very, very good.
Yeah, but for you guys this is sort of technical, yeah. And as I said, that one against Gukesh, he got some activity. It was not simple at all.
Gukesh was very, very difficult. He probably was, it was closer to a draw than a win at many moments.
Yeah, well, the engine is sort of giving similar advantage, but it's not so simple. Okay, rook b5, this.
Yeah, there's no mate ever with my king on a4, and actually the rest is.
Okay, so let's check what's going on in Gukesh versus Abdusataro, because
b5.
this.
What happened?
So h4 was played.
Wow. Okay, he's trying to get the rook out like this. Makes sense, but of course he would prefer to castle, yeah.
If it's possible. Yeah, well, I commented that usually in opposite castles it's important to open your opponent's king, but here white is not actually on time to do anything. It's
okay, Gukesh has 30 seconds, I mean.
Okay.
Rook, he wants to go knight e4, knight c5 now. I mean, maybe like he will take with the rook, knight e4, and then there's rook takes d3 or something, knight c5, rook f6. I don't know.
Rook e6, okay.
Well, yeah.
Knight e4 will follow, or
But knight e4, maybe just rook takes
rook
d3.
yeah.
If that's not working, it's a big problem. If you have to play like queen e2.
Is there some kind of g3? What's the point? So knight c5.
Yeah, rook f6. I think just this.
I was thinking.
Even g3 maybe.
Yes,
Right.
but then.
No, this is probably collapsing everywhere. Even maybe.
Yeah, you said rook f6 probably wins some spot. g3 is not necessary, no need for that move.
Also good, maybe.
But let's stick to rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6 is pretty simple.
So
maybe queen e2 here. Looks very shaky.
Okay, but
okay,
the game
if I
goes
get
on.
knight e4, knight, like with 30 seconds on the clock for black, I mean, somehow I want to make e4 work.
It's time to reroute this guy, right?
Yeah, that's maybe all right.
Not simple. Engine would put a serious fight here.
Oh, here, yeah, here with white, maybe I'm considering some rook h4 if I can.
Queen e2, I think you're totally right. This is a move.
After queen e2, I would maybe it's insane, but I will be looking at e4. I don't know, just by intuition, but maybe it's not right. No, it's not.
Not bad.
I don't even know why. Like knight takes e4. What's the plan? But it just somehow it feels.
Queen e2 was
okay. Let's see what he plays now.
Yes.
I mean, he might like e4. You probably don't make if you're low on the clock. Like knight e7 is more.
Are you moving the rook? The rooks, I don't know.
Rook e d6.
Yeah,
maybe,
something.
But then knight f5.
Ah.
Always tactics.
Rook e8 or something.
Then knight e4. If it's what is he gonna play? He's playing your move, yeah.
Knight
knight
d8.
Okay.
Okay.
And this looks also weird to me. Rook h4 now. Can I try? Rook h4. If rook. If I mean, I can easily see Abdusatov winning this game. Like 40 seconds is too little to play this position, and
Rook
there he
h4.
goes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a good move, but
no, it's a good move.
Okay.
Yeah, seconds tend to go very fast. 30 seconds to calculate something.
I think he might just collapse here with black. Unless he finds some good moves now, like maybe e4 or something anyway, I don't know.
And he has this painful experience from Vaikanzi, right?
Yeah. Okay, but let's see, he's now, okay. Knight f5? What? Is there knight f5?
Queen g5,
knight takes g7?
Queen h4.
Knight takes e6, g3?
d3, yeah, that was my idea.
Wow. That's crazy.
Huh? So let's just show to the viewers. So this, and g3 probably wins.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Okay, so that was a clever trick. So maybe, but maybe with white it's time to
shut the diagonal or
something.
Yeah,
e4. Yeah, I was thinking maybe knight f5 first. I don't know which one. But and then if I get like knight f5, queen g5, e4, and then if I get rook f1, bishop c1, if some like this could all collapse for black. Like okay, this is a nice trick, but e4 or knight f5 first, and I'm starting to like white position here already. Yeah, e4, rook f7 maybe. No, then rook takes g4. If you have to play rook g8, it's also not good. I don't know. I think white will win this game.
So what? Knight f7. But you want to put the knight on e6, not on f7, really, yeah.
Also, you have to keep reckoning. Like at some point, this knight takes g7 might actually work. Yeah, especially with the diagonal shot now. Like, let's say you play knight f7. I think I can already maybe just take the rook. Yeah. Like and g3, I just move to
the queen
f3 and
yeah. And e4 immediately.
Okay, also logical.
And now it's very tough to come up with some move. I know.
I think it's practically already very difficult.
Okay, he can start with queen g5. Yeah.
Okay, knight f5.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, knight f5 will be played. Yep.
Also now, like the whole, like you can see Noderbek is feeling it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like but he is feeling like a completely position turnaround in just a few moves.
Yeah, but I want to put an emphasis how tough is to win, or even if you're getting a great position on this level.
Yeah. No, you need to be extremely focused until the final handshake, basically.
Yeah, and better position, it doesn't mean that you will just get one-way street.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what he's gonna do. Maybe rook d7 or something, I don't know. Then rook takes g4, I don't know. Yeah, rook g8. Okay, I would play rook f1 or maybe rook c5.
c5, yes.
But I like this rook on f1, just protecting the king and... Okay, maybe black's defense is like knight f7, bishop c1, queen d8. to at least create counterplay. So maybe I can play rook d1 here. Is that a good move?
Somehow rook f1 sounds like
I'm
the
now
move.
getting interested in playing rook d1. It looks a bit stupid.
If you say it, for sure it's not stupid. If I say it, then probably it's a stupid move.
No, I make a lot of stupid moves, don't worry.
In the meantime, let's just briefly check David totally winning. What's going on here?
Wow. This is also David's kind of position.
Yeah,
like,
so
attack.
d6 play has been played, rook e1 now. Subtle move, rook a6, rook a to d1.
Wow. What a beast.
And now is some kind of final
Maybe
blow.
rook a1 just.
Oh. Really?
I don't know, maybe. That's my first thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, now engine will come with some rook d5.
But what is wrong with rook a1?
Yeah, it wins on spot. Nothing is wrong.
He
And
plays rook f1, but Noderbeck played rook f1.
Okay.
He played your move. See, my move was probably. Let's see though.
it was your move, but I stolen it. And David?
Yeah, he's about to win the game.
b3. Yes.
It's a bit like trying to be super fancy. It's even better probably. Like.
But how come there are so many decisive games here?
Actually, now you can take on d7 and take on f7 and go d7 if you want for fun, I think. Just
Really?
Yeah, for fun. It's not necessary, I'm sure, but it's for fun.
Crazy.
And even after knight takes d1, you can be like,
Rook
okay,
d1.
yeah, you don't
Rook
need to,
d1,
like
yeah.
d8 is better, of course, but this is also winning.
What a position. How come there are so many decisive games here?
I don't know.
What's the trick?
I think in general, level of play has not been very high. Many straightforward mistakes, blunders, and people have been collapsing. There's not been a lot of long fights. I don't know. That's my impression. But
and regarding openings, are people choosing?
Well, everyone is fighting with both colors, so of course that also helps.
You need two for tango, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
For spectators, for viewers, it's dream tournament.
Yeah.
Because today I said at some point I don't see a draw. Right? Maybe still.
Yeah,
that's
maybe
the
not.
case.
Yeah. Maybe the Keimer game he will somehow hold. I don't know. But the more this like classical chess is not at all that. And I also feel like games are like pretty fast paced. Like this 90 minutes is not that much time. Like games are pretty quick. Maybe we can quickly go. Or you want to see this final moment?
Yeah. Okay, Navarra will play it. Never mind. It's not about.
Wow. What is this?
Knight came back. d8, c6, d4. And now g3 in the end. Okay.
I can just move.
Okay, knight d4, queen h4, and then we need a move.
I would play maybe like queen a2 looks interesting here.
Queen a2. Oh.
I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe then you go queen d8. Another move.
But can go on.
It's queen d1, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. The point is that after g3 you can go back with the knight to. So knight d4, queen h4. Now some move, right? Because on g3 you always go knight f3.
But I'm losing the rook, yeah. So it's probably not good.
So queen, as you mentioned.
No, I want to play queen a2 immediately in the first position.
In the first position. Sorry.
Yes. After
knight d4, queen a2.
Yeah, or queen. Oh, this is also blundering. What am I missing?
Navarra took, by the way, queen f7, move, final blow. Here also we have result, but let's stick to Gukesh since now Nodebeck is thinking.
I'm probably missing something straightforward, but why is queen a2 losing?
Okay, of course he can take the queen as well.
No, but queen a2 is losing here somehow.
Some knight f3 stuff.
But just gf, right?
Yeah, I don't get it.
This is losing somehow.
Yes. So taking on f5. What? No, my queen is so.
Just queen d8? Ah, okay. Aha, okay. Ah.
And when you take on d4, now queen h4, right?
Probably.
No.
No, but just now the
Queen d4
d3
check.
pawn is hanging. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Queen d4 check.
Wow.
And d3 for something here, because rook is hanging up.
I mean, I have to say, Gukesh is finding some creative moves. Like this is a good find for sure. It doesn't seem like it can work, like to me, but
yeah. But just to go back for a second, this queen f7 of David Navarra. Yeah.
Yeah, he did this. Yeah, but after
the whole section of the of the moves with d6, rook e1, starting from here. So take a look.
Oh wow, queen c6.
Queen c6. No,
nice.
I think this is one of the best sequences I've seen for a while. So take a look. d5.
Yeah.
Provoking c5. Queen b5. Wow. Queen c6. Queen c7. d6.
Wow.
This is.
He's wow. Rook a1. Like
h3.
He's like master of how you say Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug, yes, intermezzo moves.
Yeah.
No, this is something pity that it happened at the wrong moment because people are focused on other games. But this is on. This is wow. So yeah, this should be really praised.
Yeah,
crazy stuff. Bravo, David. So here Abdusataro has just made the move.
Which move he made? No, he's still thinking, right?
He's still thinking? Oh, sorry. My bad. And the clock is ticking. Now it's maybe again 3 results?
Yeah, I don't know what to do here with white.
What a turnaround.
Maybe queen d1. Just idea queen d8, rook takes g4.
Queen d1. He just played it.
Yeah.
So any trick now for black?
Queen takes c1.
Oh.
Yeah, but then the endgame is really bad. I take and then king f2 and then king comes to e3, rook comes to like c3 just to protect, for example. And I mean, maybe it's the best, but it's not a happy move.
No.
Maybe he will play it, I don't know.
Or queen d8.
But then I take on g4. Maybe he should take on...
But he needs to play this position, trying to open his bishop.
Queen takes c1 is so sad.
Queen d8. No, queen d8 is the move.
Yeah.
Because you want to open this bishop. Dreaming of opening this bishop.
Yeah.
Rook g4.
Yeah, then
But this is 41st move, so nothing to...
Yeah, now they will probably trade everything, and then he will take on f5 maybe as well.
Got it. Let's just briefly check what's going on in Keimer's game, because now he's thinking about his last move.
Okay.
So 10 seconds
this is
for Vincent.
It's just a pawn down with no play.
And he needs to make a move. Knight
e7.
Sorry, knight e7.
Again, some tactics in the air, like knight d7 or something as a reply.
Or, yeah. Okay, this one is...
White will win for sure. You can even play, maybe the simplest is knight d3.
And rook f2,
takes and then rook takes, and if you go like very ugly move c5, I play knight b2, and then I just completely, maybe e5 also, I don't know, but this is completely winning for white. You can see it in Vincent's face.
So you think that this approach of playing for a win even with the black pieces is actually the reason why so many decisive games? Or
I don't know, I think I don't know, I didn't see the game very well, but maybe just today Parham played a good game with white, and Keimer played a normal opening. He played Marshall with black. It's a solid opening. It's his main repertoire, so sometimes you just get outplayed, you know.
So for sure you know the pairings till the end. You still have 4 rounds with whom you're white.
I play Navarra after rest day with white and Noderbeck with black. Then I'm not sure actually. I think Aravind with white and Parham with black in the last one. Yeah.
Okay, regarding, let's just summarize. So you won. We have here David Navarra winning. Abdusatorov will push for a win,
push,
right?
Yeah.
Aravind had the normal position, but then completely misplayed it.
Yeah,
Very quickly with
I
G4
saw at some
and
point he just
collapsed
maybe he
there.
was too optimistic or something.
Yeah, and let's just briefly check challengers.
Sure. How is Thomas doing, my countrymate?
Yes, not as good as the first two rounds.
Looks
but
like a draw, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit better here, but it's probably just a draw.
Have you played against him?
Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah, we go way back.
And?
I know him since I'm like 11 or 10. So I think I have pretty good result, but actually last couple times we played, it's been a lot of draws. So, but of course I don't like playing him very much, just since we're good friends. But it's actually very nice that he's also here, and you know, we can hang out after the games, and we don't have to play each other as well. But yeah, I know him for a long, long time.
He's some kind of latecomer in terms of his improvement?
No, he's been around for a long time, but I think he's playing quite a lot these days. So maybe you see his name a bit more often, and he's trying, of course, to he's playing close to 2550, maybe eventually 2600. And he has a lot of talent. Like, I know him since we're very young. He always used to be he's 1 year older than me, so he used to be a bit better than me just growing up. But at some point, maybe I got a bit better. So, but yeah, we just go way back.
Yeah, I would disagree with this bit better, but never mind. Okay, so here, that's very interesting player. Probably you know Finek from European teams. Because he started to play for Czech Republic national team. He's playing very well.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with him, but I think he's just 15 or 16.
16, I think, if I'm not
and
mistaken.
And he's looking very, very good. So also beating today Yufa with white, it's not an easy feat. And to me, it looked like he was more of a positional strategic style, but today he also showed he can play attacking chess, so someone to look out for, and I think definitely exciting for Czech chess that someone new is on the rise. And I think in general in the B group, all the Czech players are doing quite well.
Yeah, the standings, they are doing really, really well. Today we have Nemec drawing versus Vierre.
Yeah.
Herbeck is, as you mentioned, is about to make a draw.
Yeah.
So quite a good tournament. Okay, Jordan, thanks for joining. And how are you planning to spend your free day?
I don't know yet. Chill.
Okay, so all the possibilities are open. Okay, thanks and congratulations.
All right, see you next time.
So small break and then Keti will return. And we are back. Hopefully you liked this commercial. This glass factory reminds me about YKZ tournament, where the trophy is specially prepared at the Tata Steel company and factory. And I saw some video commercial about it. It was very cool. It reminds me of that. Going to the playing hall and to the current situation, we need to praise David Navara. So let's go there, because this is one of the best combinations I've ever seen. It's really awesome. Unfortunately, it happened at the uneventful moment, time trouble. We were focusing on Gukesh versus Abdusattorov. I'm sure that there are some fantastic things which stay hidden, but David really now played this h4, and checkmate was allowed by Nodirbek. Big kudos for him. He is a great player, and as I said, I believe that Nodirbek will cross 2700 very soon. Just to remind you, he was unlucky at the FIDE World Cup in Goa last year, getting to semi-finals, but only 3 players have qualified to the candidates, and unfortunately he was the one unlucky. But I think that experience will push him forward, and he will, as I said, cross this 2700. David playing fantastically, +2, like we like to say in chess circles. When you have 9 rounds, 50% is 4.5 points. Everything above 50% we call plus, so he has 1 point, so it's 2 pluses, so half a point is 1 plus, 2 pluses is 1 point, so he's on +2. As I said, grandmasters, when you ask them how is their situation in the tournament, they will never mention I have 4 out of 5 or out of 6. They will just mention pluses. So David Navara is on +2 and Jordan is on +3, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. So Jordan has +3, David Navara is on +2, David Anton +1. Abdusattorov is playing. He can end up on +2. Jakubojev is on -1. Keimer is fighting. Maybe he will be -1 or 50%. Gukesh, yeah, can even end up on -2. So quite a challenging position, but once again, fabulous precision of David Navara. This is really fantastic. He's mathematician, so we are not surprised. And also big fair play and gentlemanship that here. Rook e7, what a fabulous sequence. Queen e8, Queen e4, threatening Rook g7. And after, in this Queen e4, what is important, it stops both checks of black. So after f5, check, Rook g6, h4, if you take, this is a checkmate. That's why he needed to go on f8, and then, yeah, very nice, true sportsmanship, allowing this checkmate. Fabulous result, and as I said, after maybe 1 hour of play, I don't see a draw here for the round. Let's see how this game has developed. Now Gukesh is fighting hard for a draw. Nothing goes his way in this tournament, but spectacular player, fabulous player. He has achieved so much stuff till his 19-year life, so for sure we can praise him. Tough position, and let's check how Parham is doing versus Keimer. As we were commentating, possible outcome is this unpleasant endgame, and it's so unpleasant probably for black that he's just contemplating what to do, where to go. Strange tournament in terms of expectations, whom we could see winning games, whom we could see suffering. Knight d2, Rook d2 has been played, and he just wants to get. Okay, it seems that the camera is stuck. Okay, but now it's returned. Yeah, you could see Rook d2 and knight will go to b2, c4, and a5 pawn will be the asset. Let's check challengers. Since there all games have finished, Finek has won the game versus Ufa, and we have Divia Deshmukh winning an important game for Ganguly. Ganguly is suffering in this tournament. We have standings as well. So Finek 4 out of 5 +3. Herbeck, Bertsen and Nemeth are on +1. Biera 50% and Divia and Ufa, Gledura -1, Zhu Zhiner -2 and Ganguly -3. Okay, some players will try to recover after a free day, but I believe that Czech fans can be very happy. Out of 4 players, 3 players from Czech Republic, from Czechia, and not rating favorites at all. So big kudos for that. And I would say that I was following events. I was also playing for Croatian national team at some events like European teams and Olympiad. I think I see this as a new energy, and Czech Republic in like 3-4 years can maybe even dream of top top places at European Championships. David Navarra is still young enough, and with those youngsters, it can be a very, very strong team. And I believe having this chance to compete not just against 25, 50, 26 rated players, but being at the same stage with top grandmasters, with world champion, this actually it's a serious boost of confidence and motivation to work hard, because chess, you know, chess is about working hard. If you have watched this Judith Polgar documentary, The Chess Queen, Garry Kasparov has said that she just needed 4 more hours per day to become a world champion. So he would love to put an emphasize how hard is chess, and that you need to work every day constantly for years. So chess is about working hard. And what I always appreciated and loved in chess, that how much you invest usually you get. So if you are truly devoted, if you work hard in chess, results are coming. It's not about that you cannot make a breakthrough to a team because you have a lousy contract or something. In chess is quite fair. So we have all the results here, and just let's bring the board to show how Finek has won this game. Usually we sometimes overestimate an outpost, because if there is enough dynamics, it's possible to make a breakthrough, which actually has happened. Now edge file is an issue for black, that's why he took on f5, but anyway couldn't save his position because he just got crashed. Now rook h4 was coming. Yeah, that was not simple at all, but he has made it look simple. So big kudos for Václav. Fantastic sequence. And rook f8, not threats. He just made it look simple. Now if you go king h7, queen d7 wins with a checkmate. Big win. Divia, she just managed to break through. Here we left after rook g7, but then came rook c2. Yeah, materialistic approach. b3 is hanging, pawns are here, game over. Let's go back to our masters section. So we have 2 games in progress. Of course, world champion versus Abdusattorov is the one to follow, and here Maksud Lu is sort of winning against Vincent, but there is still some job to be done. So let's stay with Abdusattorov versus Gukesh. Queen d7 has been played. We can maybe give you a full screen with a small chessboard so that you could enjoy it even better. Yeah, so now it's not about calculating, it's about, okay, hang on, queen e5, it's about technique. So it will be 2 pawns up basically, and the rule in opposite squares bishops is that you need to have 2 lines between passers. So you need to have 2 passers, and the distance between them should be at least 2 lines. If you have 2 files, then your king can go to both sides, while if it's too narrow, if it's only 1 file between them, then your opponent can set up a blockade. Sometimes you can be even a pawn down, even only a pawn up, that you are controlling your opponent's passer, but you have two passers of your own, and as I said, it's important that there is two files between them. Of course, if it's the pawn on the edge, then sometimes this is not enough. But if let's say that we remove all opponent's pawns, that we are staying with two pawns up against a solo bishop, then you need to have two files between them. So here white is not sure that when exchanging queens that he doesn't have a passer, since c. If now we would remove the c pawn, then exchanging queens would probably just win the game. Yeah, Nodirbek is confident. Gukesh is suffering. Queen a7 is now an obvious threat. So either you move the king or you move the bishop. There is no third way. Yeah, and chess is sometimes is a problem that you can have a better position, but this is not beauty contest that someone say you have better or nicer position and we will give you a point. Yeah, you need to execute till the end, and it's not so simple. Gukesh worried, but as I was saying many times, one of the best defender in the world currently. He has saved many positions. Now bishop was moved. So queen a7 is of course a possibility to take the a pawn. Now I think that Nodirbek will spend some time checking and rechecking, because you don't want to allow your opponent some counterplay. Yeah, so this game will now get into hibernating phase. So maybe we should show you some interview, because we always have some content provided by our dear Keti Tsatsalashvili. So let's start with one interview.
We have in the studio Divia Deshmukh, who won her game against Ganguly. What a crazy game you have played, Divia. Congratulations. How does it feel to play that kind of game?
Unfortunately, it's pretty normal for me to have crazy games, so not a new feeling, but of course when you're actually in the game there's a lot of adrenaline, and it was fun. I think it was quite unfortunate that he blundered, because before that I was struggling with the opening, but after that I think it was fine.
Yeah, before we dive into the game itself, how do you feel here? You have played also last year at the Prague Chess Festival. This is another time, and how's it? How's it going?
It's going well. I think I'm very happy that tomorrow I don't have a game to play, so I can just sleep in and eat good food. Of course, I love Prague, and it's a wonderful city, amazing food, and yeah, I feel pretty good to be back this year.
What is your favorite food? If you have anything local, we can maybe show that on the screen.
I'm actually yet to try Czech food. I tried all the other cuisines, but I haven't tried Czech food.
Okay, you like to try some Indian?
I like trying all kinds, so mostly I prefer Asian cuisine. Yeah.
We're gonna see that tomorrow how you'll enjoy with your food. But before that, this question is so important. It's very important to know from your side. You have candidates tournament coming up very soon, and you are playing here in the Prague Festival. What was your take to take this challenge and play this event?
I think it's a great event to play on its own because I'm facing quite a strong opposition every game, and I think it's quite a good warm-up before the event. So, yeah, it's a win-win either way.
Perfect, perfect. Let's now take a look at the game. Where was the key moments?
All right. So I surprised him with the opening, I'd say, and then he surprised me right back. I'm not sure if this is a main line. I briefly checked it before the game, but then I am not sure about the setup he chose. I think it was quite interesting, and I know these positions. But yeah, I just made a bad decision, and I didn't like rook c8 so much for me because then I allowed all this. I don't know if it was a good idea, and I was kind of miserable here. I thought instead of knight f6, he could go knight e7 maybe, have the double bishops, and yeah, I think it's a normal Mendelian position. I did not like b3 because it allowed f5, and if he allows me to keep the pawn, I can castle g5 and a lot of attack. So I was relieved here, and I missed knight g5. I saw knight g5, but I thought after knight d5 I would be fine. But there's queen h3, which is, I think, not good for me. And that's why I decided to go for queen e5. I don't know why. I had a gut feeling that knight h7 would happen on the board right before, like, he was making the move. I didn't know where his hand was going, but I just thought that it's going to go on h7. And I was surprised because I had seen queen h5 already. So yeah, I just had to double check if everything's working. I think something very interesting here is queen d2, because here initially I planned to go bishop c3, but then you have bishop g6.
Oh,
yeah.
Powerful. Oh wow, that's very beautiful. Maybe you can show knight g6 line as well, because we're popping up this.
Knight g6 and queen d7, and we have a mate.
Nice.
And even if knight g6 doesn't occur, I think queen g6, and here white is just doing great. So then I was trying to find a solution here. Also, I cannot take because then eventually he takes here and then b7. So I thought queen d2 was quite interesting for him, but then he played knight f6. I actually didn't see f3, but I knew that I should be way better. I just had to calculate the exact move order that I wanted to enter the position in, and I knew that I'll win some material. And okay, I don't think much is happening in this position. I was surprised that he allowed bishop f3, but I also understand it. And yeah, I think it's just horrible for white.
You had some minutes on the clock in this position, like 3 minutes on the clock. Were you a little bit worried about time, or your position was?
Position, because I knew I was completely winning, so I would handle it. But yeah, I should not have been in that situation. So probably better time management.
Right. Thanks so much for showing this game. It was really nice, and we did enjoy it to see. And final question about candidates, of course. What is your plan? Are you going to win?
What? I hope so. Yeah, that's the plan.
That's the plan. Well, good luck, first of all, here and later at the candidates, of course. And hopefully to see you here in our studio as well.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are back. And Keti, what do you think? What will happen? This is some kind of climax of the round.
Well, you mentioned earlier that today you don't see much of the draws happening. I think that's where we are going to that direction. I would agree with that. That will be the round where we have all the decisive results. We don't have, this is a round 5. We did not had that before. We had at least 1 draw or 2 draws. But today, maybe it's the day. Right now we have Abdusattorov on the screen. His focus, it's a very nice view that we can get so close to the players and see where they are watching, which side they are looking at, how they feel. He looks very fresh, and we know that he is quite good, doing a lot of doing gym and other sports too, playing other sports like football. So this is so important for chess players to also have this energy until the very end of the game.
Yeah, there is a nice fitness center just opposite this hotel, and Daniil Yufa was going there today morning when I met him, and mentioned that, for example, Benjamin Gledura, he likes to do something in his room, so I don't know, push-ups or whatever.
Ooh.
So yeah, players.
We need one camera in his room.
Yeah, maybe.
Man,
players are very active.
Shall we? Yeah.
Yeah. How many pull-outs and push-ups you can make it in 1 minute? Yeah. The thing is, we are also thinking about going to play some paddle tomorrow. So we will see.
You found a person?
Not yet.
Still okay.
This is some kind of open invitation. No, joking. So yeah, you need to be active. You need to be fit to press. But I want to also point out one thing, which was actually Anatoly Karpov's quote. Somewhere he was playing some important game, and he came to the round with the expectation of making a draw with the black pieces, and I don't know, maybe it was Petrosian, maybe someone strong was white. And he came with that goal because at that time it was not so simple to make a draw against those top players with the white pieces. And suddenly his opponent has misplayed things, and he's getting a winning chances.
Okay.
And then he started to play for a win, made few mistakes and lost the game. And then his quote was, I was not ready to take this different role. My point is here. So Abdusattorov was fighting for his life in a bad position for 3 hours, 3.5. Then he turned the tables, getting into sort of winning position, but now you're in a different role. And this role is being precise, and it's not so simple during the game to change that role. Some players fail to do so, and they are, because I don't know, like half an hour ago, a draw was a dreamed result.
Right.
And suddenly you need to play for a win. And it seems that we can go back.
I wish I have that problem in my own games, don't you? Only problem.
Main problem.
Yeah.
And here Queen e5 was a huge mistake. I'm trying to find out what was the move. I can't believe that some g4 was a move. Yeah, that would be crazy that this is a move. But who knows these days? Everything is possible. So let me just briefly check which move was best. g4. You see how engine plays those moves without hesitation, while players, come on, to open this diagonal you need to be crazy brave. And as I said, the problem is engine says that here you're totally winning, but you're totally winning because you need to play g4.
Nothing else.
And if you, I don't know, like ask 10 players, grandmasters, what do you think? They would say Queen e5 and slightly better position. g4 maybe only few would even consider. This is the point. Engine saying that Nodiberg has completely misplayed it, and now Gukesh is closer to a draw. But as I said, no, 3,700 guy has misplayed it, not playing g4. 2750 has not misplayed it. 2750 is playing normal 2750 level, while engine is 3700. And if he would be playing this, then I would say that he has misplayed it. This is the problem.
Well, the thing is that often the experienced players and title players have this instinct to see the correct move, and very often the first move of the engine. And more you dive, more you think about it, you have this that engine don't have. You're afraid of the weaknesses of the light squares. Engine don't have that feelings, and that's the thing. But again, they are not required to play at the level of engine.
Exactly.
They're good to
Sometimes
be at this
we
level.
have engine bar, as I said, this is 3700, and we have expectation connected with that strength. And no, we are watching players of 2700.
That's
To
right.
play g4 here, come on, give me a break. Because we were sort of taught that in opposite colors bishops, if you have activity, if your bishop is stronger, and if you can organize an attack on your opponent's king, material is not so important. You can be 2 pawns down if you have heavy pieces which can attack. So this is counterintuitive completely to play this
But
g4
also,
now.
it should be mentioned, I'm sure that g4 was their candidate move. He looked for it. I don't know how long, but for sure he looked for it. But then left it because probably it's not that realistic. For
Okay,
him.
so the evaluation after g4 is +3. Okay, I would place the bet that we find a sponsor, and sponsor organize this position against top players, against engine. So the top players are having this position against engine. I would bet on engines. So +3 that humans would lose. In like out of 10 games that they will lose it in 8. Or maybe even all 10.
That's a very interesting challenge. I think
I give you
think this should
+3.
be-
I give you +3. You play against engine +3 position, and you will see how hard it would be. That's why he didn't even consider he's playing queen e5, which is completely normal move, and you are getting a normal advantage, and you are just playing for 2 results. Totally normal decision, while probably people are saying that he has misplayed it badly. This is blunder of the year or whatever.
No one says anything bad.
No, I'm joking. I'm exaggerating,
We
but
don't know.
you know
Yes.
that you spotted
So dramatic.
that engine is not favorite on my list of top 3 people whom I would invite for dinner. Maybe not top
Really,
100.
I
no.
like engine. It always suggests such
No.
nice ideas.
No.
I liked it because it changed our mindset, thinking in different ways. Like because of the engines, we are now free to play h4, g4 somewhere where we will not. And we have, I think this young generation, they just found the best use of engine, and I like it.
No, that's useful. As I said, as a working tool, as a preparational tool, the best for broadcasting purposes, for following events, it can be really, really unfair, I would say, because it's saying that this something is a mistake.
That's okay.
As I said, this is like superb effort what those people
Yeah.
are doing, and you after the game, imprecision, mistake, blunder, inaccuracy, blunder, mistake. This is what actually I dislike. I'm a big fan of players. I think what they are doing, this is above my capacity. I was, as I said, 2600, my peak rating. That's probably 150 in the world at that time, a little bit less. But I was so far, because sometimes, I don't know, during Grand Chess Tour, I was sitting with them, and they were watching some blitz games of other players, and then I hear them, or we were analyzing, I don't know, Topalov was there, MVL was there, who else? After 7th, 8th move, I cannot follow them anymore. No, I'm lost. And then MVL starts throwing bishop, queen, bishop. No, this is like really fabulous. But against computers, it's ridiculous, even against mobile. So, for me, this is super tough. This is fabulous game. That Gukesh being like
Is he
totally
capturing
winning.
another pawn now on
Yeah,
a6 with a check?
Yeah. As I said, he's the best defender. I'm not sure that actually, now I'm trying to think about history. I'm not sure that there was a better defender in last.
You were talking about the fact that Abdusatro was like defending whole game and now the character of the position changed. But what about Gukesh? He was attacking whole time. He was the one who was looking for the win, and now he has to defend.
He has this capacity to change this role. This is something which I think is underestimated.
But Abdusatro don't have?
No, but this role is sometimes not a simple one. Also, but it's harder to let's put it this way: it's harder to play worse position after being in a winning position than vice versa. So here Gukesh is in a tougher situation, and a lot of players would crack and lose instantly. He's the best in changing his role. He can accept his bad position, forget about his history, and he can save some totally lost games. I think he's clearly the best defender in the world. But the problem is, as a world champion, you expect him to be attacker, to be the one who is pressing. But as a defender, the best defender in the last 20, 30 years I've seen.
We're giving that title to Gukesh. If you have
against Hans Niemann, that first round, I think, was it first or second round?
First round.
You put out of top 10 players, you put 8 of them, they will lose that game.
Shall we take a look how the other games going? Maxotlu against Kemar.
Not much to see. You know how in those police movies, when they just secure the victim place and say, go away, nothing to see. So here
really
it
like
seems,
this police
yes,
movies, right?
yes, here it's also nothing to see, unfortunately.
What is your favorite quote from these police movies?
No, I like this Naked Gun, this parodies. That with Leslie Nielsen, he was a legend. Yeah, so they will make parody of those things. So nothing to see here, but of course everything is burning. This is typical, they will put some fantastic firework behind the scene and say nothing to see, and then behind everything would go crazy. No, just go away, nothing to see.
All right, F5 has been played by Vincent.
He's trying to create some counterplay on the king side, because obviously he will lose on queen side. So he needs to do something fast. Usually when knights are on the board, it's not about it's not so defined. When you have bishops on the board, it's usually when you're winning easily, and there is actually easier to find the way. Also, if it's drawn with bishops on the board, it's easier to hold. While with knights, it can be also just slightly better, and still you can find. I think with bishops, it's not so simple to call some positions slightly better. Either it's much better, it's winning, or it's dead draw. With knights, it can be slightly better, and then even a little bit more slightly better, because a lot of more possibilities than with bishops.
I like the final move of Parham's, cutting the d file and also attacking the pawn on c5. That's the check that he can play. Well, now either you take on e4, or you can also take on c5 with a check, and weaken b4 pawn, weaken e4 pawn. That's a very, very nice position. And Parham, we mentioned earlier, has not scored a victory yet in this tournament. This is in the remaining 4 rounds. But yesterday he actually showed strong resistance and made a draw in the position where he had when he was a piece down.
And one important thing, I was mentioning this also several times, about squeezing better endgame, slightly better endgame, you need to have this strategical, positional mastery and so on. But when it comes to execution, even in the endgame, it's always about tactics. So you sack your knight, but there is a passer which cannot be catched, or something like that. So it's in tactics, it's in endgames. Tactics is the one which is actually winning the game in the end. So it doesn't mean that if this is an endgame that there is no tactics around. Some fork, some mating net. Yeah, congratulations for Parham. What do you think? Is he ready maybe to share his thoughts?
Yes, yes, yes. He will for sure have. Let's see if we have him for the interview, but I'm sure that we're gonna have. This is his first victory. I'm sure he's very happy.
Very likable. Also Vincent, when he loses a game, he's fabulous as well. So I'm really a big fan of all of them. Big kudos, because I know how hard is it, because the game is not about just playing moves, you know. Sometimes your game starts in the evening, the night before. You discuss with your team, then you need to memorize openings, and you know, it's quite a long period. It's not just making moves, and then expectations are high and also disappointments. So another victory. At the moment we have 4 decisive results. I predicted all 5, but now I'm not sure. So fabulous stuff. Also in challengers we had some interesting games. 2 decisive results, which is great, but no dull draws. And here we are now following Abdusattorov Gukesh, which can end up with a win. So fabulous round. Let's go with the camera there as well to check our last players. Gukesh is worried, but as I said, he can live with this role. For example, he's my friend. I'm a big fan of Vichy, Anand and Hero. But for example, his best side was not defending. So Gukesh is way better defender, but Vichy had some other qualities which are superb, and actually when you check Vichy's career, fabulous things. Really, really big champion. So the game will take some time. Now we will again get into this hibernating mode. Is it a moment that we show you the interview of David Anton, Hikaru, our today's winner as well.
We have here with us David Anton, who won his game against Arvin. Such a beautiful game. We have so many questions, so let's directly jump into the analysis. And if you can tell us a little bit about the opening.
Well, opening, I think, got good position. Usually this, we transpose to a Queen's Gambit aseptic with the pawn on a4, which supposed to be nothing for white, so I think I equalize more or less easy. I had one game already, I think, with this. And okay, I think he played rook e1, h3, some waiting move. Yeah, I think they should be okay. But here I started to spend a lot of time, and yeah, I decided to play this strange line that I don't know if it is good. I think probably it's not good because during the game I didn't feel like I had a good position. So yeah, maybe this is not the best. After e4, I decided to play rook d8 and knight h5, which is a bit risky because everything works just by one tempo. But yeah, I think it's just very complicated, but probably it's good for white. After e5, knight g3, queen c2, knight b4, queen b3. Well, maybe I have some move, but I couldn't find. I really wanted to make work b5, it is b5 and bishop b7. This was my main idea, but then I realized he can take, and after bishop f3, he has knight b5. This is what I missed at first. And then, yeah, it's unclear if he can take on f3 with the queen because I have knight c2, but it starts to get very messy and I didn't like it. So yeah, when I saw b5 was not working, I had to play b6, and yeah, I have the feeling this position is better for white. But yeah, then I think he just started to play very fast, and yeah, after some moves I think I got good position. Bishop f4, knight f5, knight e4, bishop b7. This still looks very good for white. had to take on e4 because otherwise I was worried about knight d6. But here he played a couple of fast moves, g4 and bishop g3, and I think he missed this idea with knight d6, knight a5. And I think after this I'm a bit better. And yeah, I think a few moves later I have big advantage. I just take the pawn on a4 and I take the bishop on c4. So it's just a pawn up and very good position. Yeah, then yeah, maybe he can defend better, but of course the position is much better for black, and I think practically it's winning, more or less.
In this game and also in the other games, we have noticed that you like to put a lot of time into the positions. If you can tell us what is that happening, and also how come that you're not uncomfortable with like seconds or minutes on the clock in that positions?
Yeah, well, of course it's not ideal. It's something I'm trying to correct. Actually, I think I improve at that. Lately, I don't spend that much time in the opening, but I don't know, there was a couple of games here. The positions were very complicated against Jordan and today. And yeah, I just had to spend time. And yeah, I mean, it was maybe not a good decision because playing the game with 20 minutes on the clock is very tough. But yeah, it worked out well. Of course, if you play fast, usually you don't play the best moves. So yeah, you always have to balance that. It's not easy. And yeah, hopefully I can play a bit faster.
Well, it is so important to go into the rest day with a victory, with such a positive feeling. Do you already have some plans how you're going to spend your day off?
Well, probably I will go with my wife to the center. I came with her, so yeah, I think it would be nice to just walk around Prague. That's the plan, and yeah, just to rest a bit. Right now I feel very tired. These last games were very tough. So yeah, basically rest, some walk, and yeah.
Some nice food as well.
Yeah, that too.
Well, I wish you a really good rest day together with your wife, and hopefully to see you again in our studio.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's always nice to hear some thoughts of the winners, and it's understandable that people who have lost the game, they are not so eager and excited to share their insights, but this game is quite an unclear now. We again got into time trouble. Gukesh is playing on an increment, and it seems that he's holding. Karel Janecek, one of the biggest sponsors of this event, is watching the games. He has also this chess passion. Participated at the VIP business tournament yesterday. So, Nodirbek thinking. The problem is that he cannot win when queens are exchanged, so he needs to find some way to combine some pressure with the queens on the board. Moment of tension. I'm not sure that Abdusattorov will find a way. Now it looks to me that there is no chance to make a breakthrough. So if we exchange the queens, let's say we get them off the board, black just plays his bishop to g6, and there is no way to make a breakthrough. I think that the game will end up in a draw, because now there is enough counterplay. Yeah, let's go full screen. Actually, now it's not about me providing some analysis, because it looks, to be honest, that now not much will happen. Maybe we can little bit go around the playing hall with our cameras so that you grasp the atmosphere. We have now just one game finished. Our arbiters are, of course, focused on the main game, and as you can see also on the screen on left that it's adjusted. More games are finished. One board will be increased so that people could see. So this is how it looks like. A lot of people sitting, but the thing is, that's why they're trying with those headphones. Even 20 years ago there was a famous cube which was carried around this, it was I think Morelia and Brazil and Linares, or Bilbao, and because the point was to put players somewhere on some square. There was a cube, they were playing inside, soundproof, and with lightnings that they cannot see outside. And people who would come and watch the games could speak loudly, could comment, because this way when you're sitting at the playing hall you need to be quiet. Although now there was this speedchess.com final in London and people were sort of screaming after each move, but players would accept it for blitz and rapid, but for classical chess people would complain. Me myself would be the same. In blitz and rapid I don't care, because sometimes I'm playing blitz with my friends and fellows in some bar, but for classical chess you sometimes really need to go hard and you need to speak for to think for half an hour in complete silence. So for classical chess it's much harder, and it's also not so simple to wear headphones for many hours. But I was always the one preferring to sit outside and to chat a little bit if there is a broadcast and to discuss the games, because sitting for hours without speaking, being silent, it's not a perfect users and viewers experience. But that cube, and I've heard that it still exists, that I think that the price was like 200k or 150, and it was actually carried, as I said, Brazil, I think it was Sao Paulo, it was Merida in Mexico, and Linares and Bilbao, and some fabulous photos. So many people at the main square. For example, let's say that we play now at Václavé náměstí and some other locations, and that regularly people could see what's going on. No, that was a huge thing. I loved it. I don't know why actually this stopped, but this is a cool thing. Although the most natural place to play chess is Congress Hotel, playing hall, with the lightning internet, convenient for players to come. So Gukesh will now wait, and white Abdusattorov will try to include his king somehow, but I don't see how this will happen. King h3. Abdusattorov is thinking how to make a progress, but frankly speaking, I don't see now any chance. Okay, he's trying, he's pushing, but Gukesh will place his bishop on e4 if it's necessary at some point, not allowing this g4 g6 stuff. But maybe the idea is to dream about pushing this g6 at the right moment. Of course, he can give also some checks. Queen g2, king h4 forced. He needs to come back or to give another check. And queen f2 in the end, giving a check. King g5 is possible. Yeah, Abdusattorov is thinking. Yeah, I think now he will also consider what to do, either to go to h5 and g5. I think that we can show you one more interview, and not much will change. We will have enough time. So Keti just did one interview with future Czech star.
We have with us Václav Finek in the studio. He won his game against Daniel Hufa. That was really nice game. Congratulations. Tell us, how do you feel after the game?
I think I was better of the game. I wasn't expecting that opening, but I feel great that I won it.
Yes, let's jump right into the game. As you said about this opening, if you please take us through from this moment. What has happened?
Like he was playing this pretty fast. I didn't expect this. But I started my attack here on king side.
And if I may ask, at this point you have already launched the attack on the king side with the pawn f5. What was your evaluation in this position, or if you had any clear plan, what would you do?
Like I thought I was better already here, but he was playing it fast, so I think it was still his preparation.
And how the game went from here?
Like I wanted to play queen d3 and rook f1 with f6 or something like this. I had to protect this pawn and I developed my queen, so I didn't expect taking on d4. I expect more bishop e7 with d1 anyway. Okay.
It's a pretty pleasant position, right, to play, to have such nice attack. Would you consider this position like your advantage, or it's still many moves to go?
Like I have weakness on c3 and c4, but I think the attack was better here than the.
Can we see how you launched the attack on the king side?
Okay. Like I won the pawn here, but he has a strong knight at e5, but I have still the attack, so I think I'm better still.
Well, you'd like to move the queen a lot, right? Queen a4, queen back.
Yeah. Like I want to play g5, f6, and queen h4 or something, and attack on h7. Here I was thinking about queen f5, but I wasn't sure about queen e5, queen d7, bishop a6, takes here, and king g8, and I didn't see here anything, and I thought he has some counterplay here. So I played rook h3. Now I want to take on f5. But I play queen h4 because if I take here, he will return with the queen, and he is protecting everything. But now I can take it with pawn, and now I'm threatening f6 and bishop e4. Now I want rook h6 and g6.
Wow.
So he has to play rook e5. But now I saw queen d7. I think it's maybe only move, because now I'm trapping the bishop on a6. And now it was just winning to the end, I think.
And here he resigned?
Yeah, here
wow, that was really smooth game. It was really nice. You said that your opponent surprised in the opening?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this type of King's Indian defense.
Can you please tell us how does it feel to have such a tournament, very strong tournament here in your country? There are so many people coming, visiting, asking you for photos and signatures. Does this give you any extra power, support?
Like I'm always enjoying playing this tournament. I played challenges like already for a year, I think. And I just like it here.
Yeah, I hope next year will be the Masters. We're going to see that. Wish you best of the luck for that. I will not keep you here long. I'm sure you want to have some rest and prepare for the remaining games. So congratulations once again, and hope to see you in our studio again.
Thank you.
And we are back. Of course, you'll hear more and more about Václav Finek, great player already, European champion last year. Hang on, was it last year or 2 years ago at the European Individual Youth Championship here in Prague? It was under 14, so I believe that it was 2 years ago. So Gukesh is fighting, and he's a long time as for the last 30 moves. Oh, 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 blunder alert. What has happened? Keti, have you seen what was the...
What was the final move?
So here there was a huge mistake, so queen f7 loses. So probably what was needed. Crazy. So queen d6 was the only move. Okay, which is not so simple. You don't want to give a pawn. So he went queen f7, and now g5 came, and it seems that he is losing. What a great concept by Abdusattorov.
You know what? Your next move is queen c7, trading queens and g6.
G6. Yeah, actually, I was saying that white could dream of that coming, but I didn't expect it so fast.
And the bishop cannot do anything. Gukesh is so confused.
Yeah, just takes. But then you go bishop e4 back.
G6.
So first g6 is a move, and then.
And he's going for it.
Turn around.
Wow.
Oh, because as I said, Gukesh is the best defender, but against Jordan van Foreest, having a almost drawn position here.
Wow, he is in disbelief. He has no
Yeah,
time to
what
digest
a tough
what has
tournament
happened.
for him.
Queen cannot take it because it's a checkmate.
I
He's
really
totally upset.
yeah.
It's a
Feel bad for
handshake.
him, but
Oh my
fantastic
goodness.
achievement by Abdusattorov. This is really
wow.
fabulous
Look
stuff.
at him. Gukesh.
What a loss! All
painfully.
five results. I was praising him. I was really expecting that he will hold this, but Abdusattorov is in a fantastic shape.
This is 2 wins in a row against Gukesh. In 1 month time frame. Abdusattorov should be very much
all
proud of
5
himself.
decisive results. So
Crazy
this tournament is fabulous, and it's not one round, it's all the rounds here. So big kudos. That's really fabulous.
Wow. Crazy. And here we have the results of the round 5. Jordan van Foreest won his game against Hans Niemann and keeps the leader's position. He's the sole leader of the Prague International Chess Festival after round 5. Then David Navara feels happy to be at home and to play here alongside to rest of the top players, and he has won his game against Yakuboev in a brilliant way. Then the final game of today was Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Gukesh Domoraju. We had actually a huge upset by Gukesh, followed by David Anton, who won his beautiful game against Aravin, and finally Parham Maksotlu won his first game against Vincent Keimer, and as he said, he has actually played a really good game. This is the standings. Van Foreest with 4 points. David Navara and Abdusattorov are keeping the leader's position. Top 3. They won all the games today, all of them. So we don't have much of the changes in the standings. We have now Parham Maksotlu trying to catch up rest of the pack. Let's now take a look at the Masters and check it out.
Just
what has
love
happened.
to just bring the board for a second to explain what has happened to our dear viewers. So let's just bring
I
it.
was about to finish the
No,
day,
but this
Alojzije.
was a crucial point. Come on, don't
my
miss
goodness.
this. No, hang
Okay.
on. So it was equal, but the blacks should have, of course, think about this motive, g5, g6. So king g5 was played, and then it was followed by queen c2, which was a good move. Bishop f4, okay. King c8, not a great move, but still a good one. Queen e5, queen g6, king h4, and now the only move which draws the game, just to explain. So queen d6, with the idea if you give check, then queens will be trade off, which is an important resource. And if you take, this is the thing I was telling to the viewers, that you need to have two files between your passers, but the problem is this is not a passer, since black can go with the bishop to g6, and then what will happen, for example, sorry, why I need to play maybe different. I need to play bishop f7 maybe first. No? King d7 first? Okay, I should come with the king to d7 first. You move, and then probably something like, it's not so simple. King e6, or? Yeah, maybe with the king you should control the position, and here king f5 is the way how to draw the game. It was not obvious at all, so don't condemn his mistake. He wanted to keep the queens, that's why queen f7 has happened, and now there is no way of stopping this idea. Just to explain it, g6 you cannot take with the queen because of queen c7, and you cannot take with the pawn because the motive Keti has mentioned, and no way, because bishop e4, last trick, if you push h7, g5, and black is saving himself, but after bishop e4, first king g5 should be played to stop this motive, and now black would give everything not to have this pawn on g6, but it's on his way. So I just wanted to explain this final detail of the game.
Well, all the games are there on all the chess platforms, you guys. If you want to dive more in details, you can take a look and analyze and maybe even study. We had really nice openings, middle games, and end games as well. So go ahead and try to do that. And now let's get back to the standings and the results of the challengers, because we also had kind of situation there. So we had Divia winning against a Ganguly. There was a highlight of a day, and another highlight of a day was Finek winning against Daniil Yufa in a really nice style. He's keeping the leader's position. Other games has been ended in a draw. And let's now take a look at the standings. If we have any changes, Finek 4 points, a point ahead to 3 players, Herberg, Bertson, and Nemetz. We are seeing youngsters keeping in the lead. Not much of the changes in this standing, but as we have reached the half of the tournament, now players are having day off tomorrow. So we will not be back tomorrow at the same time, same place, because all of us need to have a rest. There's a side activity that will be very much involved, but the players gonna enjoy their day in a beautiful Prague and also have a lot of time to sleep, rest well, and also prepare for next games, because last 5 games are the most important. And let's see what those days will bring. Alojzije, all to you to wrap up and call it a day.
Yeah, tomorrow is a free day, as you mentioned, then 4 rounds, right? So we have played 5 till this moment. Yeah, it will be interesting. I'm expecting some players from bottom to come up and join at least this middle part of the table, but it's not so simple. The tournament is fabulous in terms of fighting spirit, and I would love to praise this, as this is a remarkable achievement. So let's see what will happen. Will player keep their fighting spirit till the end? I'm so curious, and I'm looking forward.
Check-in Hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.